Hello, everybody. I see Jim and I see Gehrman. Hey, Caleb. We have a very special guest today. Sin, can you introduce yourself?
Hi, this is Sin.
Hi, Sin.
Hi.
So do you just want to explain a little bit about what we're doing today?
We're doing an iceberg, but it's a special iceberg because it's our own community-produced iceberg for Bloodborne.
Correct.
Yes.
And here
And
it
we took some
is on the side of the
suggestions.
screen.
Oh, I see it. I see it.
So what we did was, we thought, the iceberg that we did last week,
Mhm.
it's okay if you're a more casual fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't up to our standards, so we thought it's time to make the 99 Insight Iceberg.
It's time. It
It
is time.
starts with the floating statue of Old Yharnam, and it gets weirder from there. So I've divided this into 9 tiers because icebergs usually have 8. Because I thought there's going to
Yeah.
be some stuff here that's so esoteric, no one outside of this channel will know what it is. So I added the tiers go: floating statue, Lawrence's human skull, Snuffles the pig, environment map, NPC Gilbert, cut beast blood item, press kit I got from Lance's house, cut demon souls model, and then for the 9th tier, it's Sinclair lore. So I made a list of things I want on this, and you solicited something from our server to get an idea of ideas that they had.
Yes.
And also, you came up with your own contributions as well.
Yes.
Yes. So we're going to be here for as long as this takes. It's a little bigger. And we're going to get to the end of this. And I'll show you a bit of why we're doing this and something we're going to do during it. Is we're going to look at the Bloodborne Wiki, because part of the reason that we're doing this stream, and part of the reason that we stream every Return to Yharnam, is that we're trying to raise money to support the Bloodborne Wiki. So, just in case people might not understand why we're specifically singling out one wiki for this is the thing you gotta support, it's that this is it's designed to be navigated like a wiki, but in reality, it's actually more like an ongoing community sort of knowledge dump. All the information in that wiki is verified in-game by the people that write it. So you're not going to run into situations where it's got the wrong... I can remember Fextra Life having a bunch of information about item drops that were just not accurate. You're not going to run into anything like that here. Every single fact that is on this wiki, it's because someone, whether it was Meph or Trin or Foxy, or sometimes it's me, went in game and tested that. So if you see anything there, it must be right because we've checked it. It's got a full archive of all of the Chalice dungeons, so all 2,300 things are mapped out and available in a big archive. It's got quite a lot of cut content, quite a lot of data mine stuff. It's got a full archive of every single piece of press that was done for Bloodborne, so all those old trailers, all those old interviews, all those old screenshots, things that aren't in the game anymore, they are there. It's got PvP guides. It's got a bunch of weird glitches and oddities, like how you can, say, swap weapon buffs, so you can get, the Tonitrus Bolt effect on the Kos parasite and things like that. It's also got a lot of rare artwork and development material that was actually sourced, again, by the people that write it. So There's like artwork here that I actually personally scanned in because it wasn't anywhere online, and we've also got like maps of the game when it was being made that were taken by Astral Lace and Vodka Folly, who we've had on the show before. They took those photographs and sent them to us, and they also do regular community events on the wiki where they'll have little like challenges and quizzes. I've actually written the questions for some of the quizzes before, and knowing the audience, it was very, very hard to come up with things that would stump them without being completely impossible. But the most important thing, and the reason we're raising money for this, is that it doesn't run ads. So if I open it here, you can see that there are no ads anywhere on the wiki. There's no banner ads, there's no pop-ups, there's nothing like that. That is in part to just keep the thing independent, because if you've been following the news, like a lot of the fandom wikis have kind of gone to shit lately, because of the way fandom is run, but also it's so Meph can actually run this site entirely herself. So she actually sat down and wrote all of the code to make the website work in Notepad. So she is 100% in control of it, and because the site doesn't run ads, we need to solicit money to just keep the thing running. It's not a huge amount of money, but sort of any amount will help because the site doesn't actually generate revenue outside of these streams. And that's just to cover hosting and things. Mev's going to be able to keep the place running, but it's just good to like kick in a little bit to help the thing run. So without further ado, let's get on to our Iceberg. So Sin?
Yes.
Yes. I'm going to pop up our little list of Iceberg things and move it to my other screen for a second. So, I think we'll go in lots of three. We'll go down something that I wrote, and then something that you wrote, and then something that the community wrote. How about that?
Sounds good.
Okay. So, I want to start with the floating statue of Old Yharnam.
Mm-hmm.
It's using our default font. I need to change this, sorry. It's using that like block font that I used because I was literally making the I was making the thumbnail for this about 2 minutes before it went live. Book Antiqua, that sounds good for a Eldritch Knowledge thing. So floating statue. Let's make you smaller. Floating statue of Old Yharnam. So what we're going to do during this, because there's so much esoteric information, is I will actually grab the Bloodborne wiki and I will show you how that floating statue works. Because this is a good example of why that site is so valuable. So let's pop up the wiki. That's my background for a second. There we go. So if we go data mind map viewer. This article was screenshotted and written by me in 2020, so about 4 years ago. So what I did was I got a copy of the map viewer that's actually designed for Dark Souls 3, and I sort of made the Bloodborne maps open in it. You can see that it's just what's called the normal map, so there's no texture to anything, it's just this thing that would determine the lighting. And I've written down basically all these little oddities and strange things that you notice when you're going through the maps in the editor. So like an example, which you may actually add later, is you can see that this is the Hunter's Dream, and you can see there's all the photos along it, and there's the gap, and that gap is obviously like the DLC kind of makes that into, well, that's where Maria's photograph went. But if you look behind it in the map viewer, there is actually that missing photograph. It's held behind it. So it's at some point it's like they had this plan that you would be able to replace the photograph and it would just move from there to the front. And I'm not sure where they went with that in the end, but we don't do it anymore because of Maria. But if we go down to Old Yharnam, we can see, where is that statue? Here it is. So this is the floating statue of Old Yharnam. Now, the thing about this floating statue is it was added in a patch. The game did not have the floating statue when it launched. It had a lot of other bugs, but there was no floating statue. And what ended up happening was that when I looked at this in the map editor, I was like, oh, interesting. There's actually two objects in this position. It's the floating statue and something else. And I looked up what the other thing was. And the other thing was a sound effect emitter. It was something that was used, like it was something to do with the fog. It made this sort of like noise like that. It was either sound effect or special effect, I can't remember. It was some sort of, I think it may have been particles or something. But the point is, it was in the sky, in the same position as the statue. Like, literally, the X, Y, and Z coordinates were the same, down to, like, the, like, float values, like 0.00175, whatever. Like, really, really precise. So I'm pretty sure what happened is that they patched that, that emitter object in. And when they patched it in, when they added the position to it, it got, like, the statue's position got copied onto that somehow. So that I would say is the best explanation we have of the floating statue of Old Yharnam. So, let's get back to this. So that is the story of the floating statue of Old Yharnam. So, Sin, I've got something you've added here, and that just says, game glitches, my character floats and dies.
Ah.
Can you
well,
please...
that's something that happened. Yeah. Well, that's something that happened to me when I first played Bloodborne.
Yeah.
Where it was like my character just floats around, something weird happened, and I die, and I Googled it, and a bunch of people had a similar thing happen, and we were all very perplexed. Obviously, as you play the game, you figure out that it's actually the amygdala that picks you up.
Oh, okay.
And kills you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So where do you want to put that on our iceberg? Do we want to put that at the top, or do we want to put it at the Sin tier?
I don't know. It seems like not very, like, mysterious, but
yeah,
more than me thought that it was weird and it was a glitch.
Okay. Not knowing what amygdala are. We're gonna run out of space on these really quickly. Okay, and we have a community one, which is... This is from Princess Ship, so that's flowers on coffin from unused asset. So that's something that I think we talked a little bit about it in the... Or did we? I know we talked about it. I might not have left it in, but if we go to the Bloodborne Wiki again, and we go to... There's a very, very, very comprehensive data mining page here. Again, all of this was, this is mostly screenshots from Lance McDonald's videos with commentary by me, but some of it's taken by us, and there's little comparison images and things that we've done. If we go down, well, you can see how much, like, effort's actually gone into all this. If we go to... I'm actually just going to Control F handwork. I think I'm on the wrong data mining page, unless I'm not. Oh, here I am. Okay, good. So all these objects are found in Hemwick. So this is actually the inside of, like, a corpse card, and it's just in Hemwick, and there's all the... Yeah, there we go. There's the outside of it. It has no visible outside, because you're only supposed to see it from inside, but you can see there's a lot of junk in there. And if we look around here, we can see... There we go. So, hello, Tyler. Tyler. So this is interesting. This is something that, like, you can see that's Lance's, like, debug character he uses with the Miku hair. So this is an asset that is designed for Hemwick, and it's got on it, it's a coffin with a flower. And if you look at the flower, like, there's no other coffins like this in the game. And if you look at that flower, it is like a closed, not yet open version of the flowers that are on the doll's bonnet. So I always thought that, yeah, okay, that sort of makes sense, because there's all this stuff about the doll that's ultimately not used in the game. And she's, like, tied to Hemwick and she's tied to Canehurst. So it always made sense to me that, like, oh, that's probably, like, way back when, before we had Maria. This would have been probably the coffin that the lady the doll was based on went into. So that's what that means. So we'll just add that. Where do you reckon we should put this in? It's pretty esoteric. It's pretty mysterious. Yeah. Do you want to put it at NPC Gilbert?
Yeah.
Alright, okay, that's a good place for it. NPC Gilbert. Doll flower. Unused. Coffin. Cool. Okay. So, next thing I've written down. Sleeping Hunter's Minion. So, Sin, do you know what this is?
Sleeping Hunter's Minion?
Sleeping Hunter's Minion.
I don't remember. What is that?
Okay, so you know what Hunter's Minions are?
Mm-hmm.
So Hunter's Minions are the big, like, they were called brick trolls when the game first came out.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to go find them. They have a sleeping animation.
Trying to remember if I've seen them sleeping. I know I've seen them.
Okay, here's the weird thing. Here's the weird thing about them. Do we have a picture of it? No, we don't. Okay. Oh no, here we do have it. Okay, good. So basically, the Hunter's Minions. I'm not going to say it's entirely unseen in game, but they do have a sleeping animation. So, I'll show you how the sleeping animation used to look. This is actually one of probably the most obsessive thing I've ever done. Where I got Lance's stream of the 2014 build. So Lance is there on the... No, that's me, sorry. I'm on the right, Lance is on the left. And what I did was I followed Lance's stream, like move for move. It took 3 fucking days. I followed Lance's stream and I recreated it shot for shot in the retail builds to get a rough idea of like everything that had changed. So down to things like little differences in environment, but also like items are different. Like the ladder outside Gilbert's already down. It's got a warp chair instead of a lantern, all this other stuff. But it did have a sleeping Hunter's Minion. And it's there.
Huh.
You see it there? It's having a little snooze.
Super cool.
Now, you might think I've never seen that. Yeah. Now, here's the thing, right? You might think you've never seen it, but it is actually still in the game one time.
Oh.
Do you know where that is?
Where?
It's in Yahar'gul. It's one of the red ones that's summoned by the Bell Maiden. Its default state is it's sleeping. But because when you kill the Bell Maidens, all the things they're controlling go into this weird, like, spasm. Right? Okay. They start shaking round.
Yeah.
That puts it out of the sleep state. So the only way you can see it in the sleep state is to not kill the Bell Maiden, which frankly like 90% of people are going to do. So there's a little video of it up here. This is again like stuff we do in the wiki. There you go. It's sleeping. See? And it wakes up when you get there.
You know, now that you show it, I feel like I've seen this before.
A lot of you probably have seen it. You probably have seen it. But what happens is most people enter that room from above and they kill the Bell Maiden. So if you do that and kill the Bell Maiden, it wakes up. So most people never actually see this.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Wow.
So we'll put Sleeping Hunter's Minion in Yahar'gul. Cool.
Very cool.
So, something you've added. You've written Katekyo Hitman Reborn.
Yes, because we all know that Miyazaki's biggest inspiration for Bloodborne is Katekyo Hitman Reborn with all the babies and stuff.
And do you need to explain why that is, or are we just supposed to understand it?
We understand it. It was in the notes.
Okay.
We played the same note multiple times. That Miyazaki himself.
You played the same note multiple times.
Well, Miyazaki asked me to.
Oh, okay, yeah. He does have a direct. We
are
are the only channel he will talk to directly. That's the important thing.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
Because you know so much about Reborn. That's his favorite anime.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he might soon have a second favorite anime. I forget what it's called.
One with even more infanticide.
No, it's about boxing. But I forget what it's called, and I forget what the main characters' names are because I just used the Reborn names for them. Like there's Tuna, Hibari.
Yeah. It's like the characters in Reborn are just these like eternal archetypes.
Yeah.
So even many things that were made before Reborn. It's not that Reborn ripped off them, it's that Reborn's actually just honing in on this like Jungian unconscious, and you're looking at it and you're like, that's a Hibari. Yeah. That's a Yamamoto. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
For reference, Sin has never seen another shonen anime in her life and thinks Reborn is the most original thing ever made.
It is.
Yeah. Community. We've got Robin's got bodies at the bottom of Long Ladder were dumped there by Yosefka. So that is a reference to that cave that is under Yosefka's clinic, and there's bodies under there. And the implication seems to be Yosefka is dumping those bodies down the hill, and that's why if you look at them, they have like they're either arcane gems or they're like dirty gems. So it's like her experiments are yielding either poison or they're yielding like arcane knowledge. So we'll put.
But that would imply that Yosefka isn't very nice.
That's true. Yosefka is dumping bodies.
She seems nice though. The first
in
time
the grey, in the cave.
Maybe you know what? Maybe it's the minister that's dumping them there.
I mean, the thing about Yosefka is she got her work done very quickly. Like if she's it's very confusing actually because there's all this evidence that the choir have been going to and from Bergenworth through that hole for ages, but I guess they never thought to take over the clinic before now.
No.
All right.
I guess, yeah.
Yep. Did the minister get turned into an emissary? I don't know, because the minister literally just disappears from the game. There is that partially transformed one in the back that could be him, because there's like a wheelchair in the room, but like that blood minister actually. Let's add that to the iceberg. Blood minister used to be an NPC. Blood minister NPC. I can show that off actually. That's a little more esoteric. Oh, sorry. I reckon we should put it. We'll put it down here because Lance made a video on it, so a lot of people did see it. Okay. Blood Minister NPC. Damn it. There's a thing that GIMP does where you have to actually be lined up exactly on the letter to move text, otherwise it moves the background. Actually, yeah, let's go to Bloodborne Wiki, and we can look at that Blood Minister. I think that's data mining 2014. So when we talk about the alpha build, we mean this one. So this is not a full alpha. This is the Tokyo Game Show 2014 build. Though it's also, I think it's like virtually identical to the network test. But this has a bunch of like unused junk in it. And maybe it's not in here. This is the problem. There's too much here. We have too much information. During the cutscene, it appears the Blood Minister has his eyeball placed in his beard.
What?
I was unaware of this. That's...
Image. There's an image. What? Oh.
This is the sort of stuff you find out as you're doing this.
I think maybe it's just a big pimple.
It's possible. It's possible. But yeah, I can't remember exactly where on the wiki it is, but basically the reason the Blood Minister is kind of highlighted in the intro is he was going to move around, and he had that thing about the... Hang on. Awakening of Ebrietas. He has that line about the awakening of Ebrietas. Okay, we at least have the dialogue. There we are. Okay, this is another example of the stuff that we've done. This is another page that I did. So the way this works is, this is all of the dialogue ripped directly from the game. And if it's in white, that means it's used in the retail. And if it's in that yellowy colour, that means it's in the game, but it's never used. So you can see the Blood Minister actually had tons and tons and tons of dialogue. And in the end game, that's just cut down to what he says in the intro, and then let's begin the transfusion, and that's it. There was other stuff where he's talking. He's basically fulfilling the sort of Yosefka / Gilbert role of the character who sort of sees you through the start of the game by saying, "Oh, you've woken to a nightmare." And this is where he says, "Till the dark sweet mud takes us all upon the awakening of Ebrietas." He calls her Ebritus. So if that had come, we would be pronouncing that name completely differently. And yeah, this is where he says, specifically, the blood is the only thing that can cure your sickness. So that's the only indication in that build, that you have a backstory. Right now, it's just the pale blood note. But in this version of the game, they set up saying you came here because you're trying to cure your sickness. But then in the version we got now, it's the whole seek pale blood to transcend the hunt thing, which is slightly different. Excellent. I've also got Amelia Isabel Maiden. I think that's something a lot of people kind of know, so we'll put it up the top. So what I'm referring to here is... we have a page on free cam cutscenes. So the reason you only see Amelia from the back is that she's actually a Bell Maiden, one of the Bell Maiden enemies, and they changed the texture of her cloak from black to white. So if you use a free cam mod and you look around during that cutscene, that's Amelia's face.
Very spooky.
What's also interesting is, I can show this off on the map viewer. I think, again, this looks like it was just a time-saving thing, but... Okay, did I take photos of it? I'm thinking of something else. Okay. Basically, you can't see it here, but Amelia's pendant is actually loaded into Yahar'gul. And that led to this whole speculation thing about, oh, wait a second, Amelia's pendants in Yahar'gul, was this an item at some point? Did you bring it? Was there a cutscene? And then we realized, no, it's because of the Bell Maidens in the One Reborn's intro. They're just copies of the same model that Amelia uses, so they ended up with the pendant. So there's actually a bunch of Amelia pendants in Yahar'gul, and they're just there because of the Bell Maidens. Actually, a lot of unused Bell Maidens in Yahar'gul. There's tons of them. There's a nice little, where is it? There's a little sort of, Is it this one? Yeah, so this is an interesting little kind of vignette you would find. You can sort of recognise where this is. It's just as you go through the big gate, and there's like the corpses down the bottom spitting at you. There was going to be 4 of the bell ringers, like that, with a Hemwick witch in the middle, I guess, like directing them. So that would have been really interesting little thing to see, but they end up not using it. So let's go back here. The next one Sin's got is... you've got Bloodborne Remake will happen between 2025 and 2030 in March.
Yeah, so I have predicted a significant number of things related to the Souls games.
Yeah.
To the point where at some point...
And predicts
yeah, my boyfriend... Well, you know when the Demon Souls came out, right? Like when they showed the first trailer, my boyfriend literally was like side-eyeing me. Like, are you sure you don't know someone at Sony? Because all your little guesses have been a little too accurate lately.
Yeah.
And I had to convince him, like, no, bro, I'm just saying random dates. It's all a coincidence, I swear. So I feel like this is the feeling I'm getting, you know?
Yeah. It's a vibe.
It's a vibe.
It's a vibe.
But do you know one? I freaked him out a lot, like, last time it happened, where, like, we were watching some random Sony conference, and I told him, like, you know, I had a dream about this, where Kojima appears, and then he tells everybody that he's working on this game, but it's not even gonna be a game, it's gonna be something amazing beyond a game, like nobody ever experienced before.
Yeah.
Okay? Like, 10 seconds later, freaking Kojima appears on screen and says that.
Yeah.
And I was like, boyfriend was like, what is this? I'm like, I don't know. I just had a dream, I swear. Anyway, so I felt like I needed to express that.
Okay, thank you. So I'm looking at the community suggestions. We've got Canehurst paintings, but we did that with the we did that in the regular Iceberg. So we'll skip. That was from Robin. No, it was from Puka. So thank you, Puka. We already did that one, so we're leaving it off, but we did all the Canehurst. Actually, it's got all of them, so I think there's a suggestion that there's a painting that we missed. What I like about the Canehurst in the dining room is that it has plates with a picture of Castle Canehurst on them in their own dining room. So it always made me think of, like, it's like a shitty tourist trap. And you go to Canehurst and they sell you these shitty, like, Castle Canehurst commemorative plates. Okay, so we'll put that down here. Castle Canehurst commemorative plates.
Commemorative plates, yes.
So, I also got Brotherhood of the Wolf.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that now. Maybe
that's why it's at the top. That's why it's... Well, this is the thing, because people always bring up Lovecraft and they don't bring up Brotherhood of the Wolf as often.
Yeah.
Leviathan, you're not too late. We're going to be doing this for hours because we're still on the first layer. We're making our own iceberg. Nothing can stop us.
I'm still a little bitter about this, Sophie, because I watched The Brotherhood of the Wolf and it's original French when it came out, and it's like one of my favorite movies, and it wasn't like super popular.
Now, Sin, I'll have to stop you. Brotherhood of the Wolf was written in English first. Yeah.
But, like, now everybody knows it, and it's like, ugh, you know? Yeah. You know, Nightwatch had a trick weapon?
I know what it is. I've not seen it.
Yeah, at some point the bad guy takes out his own, like, spinal cord and turns it into a sword.
Ooh. Fancy, fancy. That's like the second phase of an Elden Ring boss.
Yes.
Is Elden Ring a rip-off of Nightwatch?
Well, I feel the same about both of them, so...
You know, we are live. Put a lot of effort into editing your slander of one George Martin.
George Martin.
And then you blow it all by saying it live.
I know, right? It's okay. I'm actually looking forward to the DLC. Because it looks like it's going to be good.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so let's start moving on to the next layer because I think we can always go back and add to this. So let's go.
Yeah.
I've got Queen Killer drops gems.
So you killed the Queen Killer to get his gems?
Yeah, this is a little oddity. This is one of the first things I have. This shows like my relationship with Meth, where like I knew Meth as someone in the community. I was like speaking to her on and off on Twitter, and then one day, I just texted her and I DM'd her and I was like, hey, did you know that the Queen Killer enemy, like I was fighting him and he dropped a gem, do you know what that's about? Right. I'm not fighting him, sorry, I summoned him to fight Annalise and then he died and he left a gem behind. Is that normal? And that led to the Queen Killer research report. Meph is just like, okay, look, we're going to get to the bottom of this. We're going to get to the bottom of this. I've got an Excel table. We're going to have Queen Killer die 50 times to get an accurate idea of how common this is. So you can see this is the sort of stuff that like Bloodborne Wiki does when I say it's got original information. It's stuff like this. There was no way to get like a drop table. This report's from 2017. There's no way to get a drop table, so we're just like, okay, we have Queen Killer die 50 times, and then we just write down by hand what dropped, so you can see this, like, these are all the gems that Queen Killer dropped. I did a similar thing with the Blood-Starved Beast in the Hunter's Nightmare. And yeah, so the reason that Queen Killer does that is that Queen Killer is actually a Chalice Dungeon enemy whose team is switched. So like if you do a lot of Chalice diving, you'll sometimes encounter, like, they're very rare, you have to go into, like, you have to be really into it to find them. They're NPCs in the Chalice Dungeons, they're like hostile hunters. And one of them is a guy who is just Queen Killer. He's a guy with a Ligarius wheel and an Ardeo and otherwise completely naked. And what happened is, to make Queen Killer, they got that guy. And they just changed him from hostile to friendly, like he had a permanent Shaman Boneblade effect. But because he's an ex-enemy, he still has an enemy drop table. Which means that when he's killed by Queen Yharnam, there's like a 30% chance he'll drop an object. He'll drop a blood gem. Isn't that interesting, Sin? Yes, it is! Thank you, Sin.
I was listening to my boyfriend because what he's doing right now is he's playing with his friend, and they're playing Helldivers 2 and they're discussing their directives.
Okay.
And I'm like,
yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Okay, you're gonna have to think about your priorities though, okay? What is more important, your boyfriend or a JPEG full of esoteric information about a 9-year-old game?
What's more important is bringing freedom and democracy to the world by eliminating bugs and bots, which I have been doing with my boyfriend and his friends.
Yeah, you've really gotten into Helldivers, haven't you?
Oh my god, I love Helldivers so much. It's like Starship Troopers, the game, and it's so good.
So I've got Lawrence's human skull in the trailer. So
that.
Yeah, this is something I think some people know it and some people don't. It's one of those things, so I'll show you. You can tell the wiki is exhaustive because it has 2 completely separate articles in the Project Beast trailer that do different things. So, we have a little documentation here. This is all the little things from the Project Beast trailer that... Now, the Project Beast trailer was never, like, officially released. It got leaked. It's like that Elden Ring trailer that got leaked from Bandai Europe. So, it's in quite low resolution, unfortunately, but you can see in here there's a bunch of things that aren't in the game anymore. Like, this is the old checkpoint system. That item there, we know now that was called the Soul Stake. And when you used it on one of these, they would have, I think they may have had a skull at the bottom, or something like that. I've never actually seen the complete animation from the front. You'd stab it into that, and then you would get a message on screen that said the spirit was linked, which I think we actually have on the wiki somewhere. I'm not sure if it's still NDA'd. It said the spirit was linked in this weird off-kilter font. We don't have that in this page. We'll find it later. This is an unused cutscene, which I think we'll come back to. There's the attack on the church, but interestingly, look at that.
Oh, look at that.
That's Lawrence's human skull. Or is it?
You can't prove it's Lawrence.
Well, this is the thing. I don't... Okay. Lawrence, at this point in the development cycle, doesn't fucking exist.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's true. Technically.
Important thing to remember about the Healing Church is the idea of it being founded by a guy called Lawrence from Bergen. That's, like, very recent. Because initially, like, you might look at it and say, well, the Healing Church seems like it's really ancient and, like, is Lawrence 300 years old? How long has this been going on? It looks like the initial design of, like, that area was meant to be this, like, ancient Yharnam institution. And then it got switched to being Lawrence's creation later on. And there's no Lawrence in this story, so... do I have it? This is an interesting point. Let's go back to the map page. I don't know if I got this because I'm not sure it's really something you can properly show off, because it would just be 2 little data points that you can't see properly. No, I did not. Oh, no, hang on. Is it in the... That's not there. Basically, I'll show you using this image. So, if you look at the map data for... Lawrence's skull in the game now. So you can see roughly where we are. So, like, that's where you come in. There's the stairs, the amygdala statue's on the side, and that's the arena where you fight Amelia, and that's Lawrence's skull. Lawrence's skull's there, except if you look at the map data, the skull is, like, over there. That little pixel might be it, for all I know. It's, like, over here somewhere. So it loads over there, and then it just quickly snaps to that position, which to me really cements that, like, there's something going on. Like, they maybe had a plan to swap the skull out or something. In the same way that if you look at the photos in the Hunter's Dream, there's, like, one that's positioned over in the distance so it can be moved. And they do this all the time. Like, basically the way they do cutscenes is it can actually show it. It's... Can I zoom in properly? No, I can't. Actually, if I do this, hang on. You can't see it super well, but... See that mass of, like, pixels there? That's the Celestial Emissary. Because what they do is, Lumen Flower Gardens is there. So when you're fighting the Celestial Emissary, he's actually under there. And then when you do enough damage to the little one, for the Emissary to get summoned, it just moves from there to there in, like, 1 frame, so you don't notice it, but it's like, like that. And I think the same is true of Gascoigne. Like, the beast form of Gascoigne is under the arena and just kind of turned off. But yeah, Lawrence's human skull in the trailer. So, a sin contribution. You've got Bloodborne is about sushi. Would you like to explain that?
I have a vague memory. I should have looked this up.
Didn't you write it last night?
No, some of them I wrote way back preparing for this.
Oh, okay.
Some of them I wrote last night. But there's, like, a note in Canehurst, something about sushi.
Okay, yeah, you know what? I reckon we can move this away from the sin tier and put it on the tier for normal people. We'll put it down here.
You're so funny.
Okay, so I will show how that works.
Yes.
Okay, so we put it here. We put it pretty low on the iceberg, but it's still something that a human being can grasp. So, this is one of the most interesting and in-depth pages that we have, which is... So this is an exhibition. It was called Design, Play, Disrupt, and it was basically like showing off a bunch of, like, in-development video game stuff. It was in 2018, so the game had already been out by then. And it was at a museum in London. So they were showing off a bunch of in-development Bloodborne stuff there. And neither Meph nor I live really anywhere near London. But Vodka Folly and Astral Lace, who, again, like I said, we're friends with them. They've been on the podcast before. They both live kind of relatively close, and they said we'd really actually just like to go anyway. So basically, they took their phones and they photographed everything that was on display there, and then just sent me this gigantic RAR file of all of the photographs, and we put them all up on this page. Now, some of this is stuff you'll obviously know because it's like official art. Like, that's just the artwork of the eye collector that you'll just see in the art book. Like, there's the bosses, but the further back we go, you can see like some interesting stuff here. Like, if you ever wondered why the cleric beast is depicted on the altar in the concept art, it's because it was originally going to be fought in the Grand Cathedral, standing on the altar like that. There's like the cleric beast before it has the fur properly applied to it, so it's got these like just sort of ribbons. If we go back, you can see like this is stuff that no one had ever seen again, like before. Like, it's really, really unbelievably rare. So this is just like, it's like, Kirkhammer. It's someone's sketch of like very rough concepts for how the Kirkhammer will work. Kind of rough concepts for like the design on Ludwig's Holy Blade. This is interesting because that's like the choir member. Thank you, Chris. That's the choir member, but you can see that they seem to be presented almost more like a highwayman. Like, that mask is maybe to hide their identity or something, and that seems to have been refined into like the choir later on. They've got a slightly different gun there. They don't have the repeater pistol that the choir usually have. That's the doll, and what does that say? I think someone we know did actually translate that, and it says like vampire ? Governess ? And quite a lot of people in the fandom were like, I want that to be my obituary. So that's, again, like, that's actually very Dark Souls 3 looking. It's the, you can sort of recognize that's the Keeper of the Old Lord's Bone Ash set. You can see there's a little ring around there that's probably like the hat goes here. It's got this like crown, like that's not ever rendered in game, like it doesn't actually have a top to it. Just like there's the statue. That's a statue that's in Hemwick, I think. And then, this is the mimic. The initial idea of those things that burst out of coffins in Yahar'gul. That was initially designed as a mimic, so they'd burst out of treasure chests and grab you that way. Anyway, what we want to see is, this page is very, very in-depth, and everyone should check it out one day. There is... Where is it? This thing. It's taking a while to load because it's huge. Hang on. That's the translated version, not the original. Where's the original? There it is. This JPEG consumed hours of my life. So this is a map of the game that is almost what we have now, but not quite. So you can roughly make out where everything is. Like, there's the Grand Cathedral. Like, there's the bridge where the Cleric Beast is. There's the plaza. There's Bergen that we have now. There's the research hall, lecture hall, sorry. But you can see there's also a bunch of little differences. Like, what's that? We'll get to that later, because I do kind of know what it is. And, like, there's Hemwick and Yulsa, and there's Canehurst with some, like, geometry that's different to what we have now. And all around it, there are these little handwritten notes that we do have a version where that's translated. But one was already written in English, and it was... So it was Sushi Zanmai.
Yes!
And that means I love sushi.
Yay, that's the one!
Yeah, and this is the thing. To this day, we are unclear if Sushi Zanmai is just the guy who made the notes fucking around and writing Sushi Zanmai because they were hungry. Or is it because, like, Canehurst looks like that concept kind of became the fishing hamlet? Was the initial idea behind Canehurst that they were, like, eating mysterious eldritch beings from the sea?
Maybe.
Because if true, Sushi Zanmai could refer to that. I've actually got the map listed as something I want to include, so we'll go back to it later in more detail, but you can see, like, yeah, like, that's a really early version of the game that's just got, like, one repeating texture to give you an idea of where things are. This is something I did. This is so fucking confusing. I basically zoomed really far in on the map, and then I noted, like, where everything was and wrote notes about things that have changed. So you can actually see, this is kind of interesting. That is probably better if you look at the original. You can see that that's Witch's Abode, right, that I'm pointing at now. And then the back room of Witch's Abode has been drawn in later by hand. And there's a note, and you can see that basically means go to the Nightmare Frontier. Like, that's, I think that's like, it's like go to Trap Road. Trap Road's the name of the Nightmare Frontier. And that, I think, references that something like a madman gets out and pushes you. So it led to this idea of, like, oh yeah, we'll go into it later. Actually, let's get the, we have a English version that someone made for us. Yeah. You'll get transferred. Trap Road, yeah. And then we have, like, notes saying Ghost Stagecoach takes you to Canehurst. Yeah, anyway, we're going to be here for an eternity if we don't keep moving, so... Let's bring back this. So, Sushi-san, mate. So, and Community Edition, we've got blocking with the Kirkhammer. Okay. So that's something you can do. So let's put it... I reckon we'll put it down here.
Yeah, it needs to be lower, because I read this one, like, post somewhere at some point where somebody wrote something like, I played Dark Souls or Bloodborne or whichever game, look, one of the Souls games. Like, I've been playing it for 5 years and I just found out you can jump. So, I feel like this would be a pretty important discovery.
Yeah. So this is, technically it's kind of a glitch. So in old trailers, they do actually show you blocking. Hey, Saint Trina! In old trailers, they do show you blocking. Like, you do have, like, a dedicated block move. But you don't really have that in-game. And what's it called? I think it's just called techniques. PvP concepts and techniques. Here we go. Okay, so the thing about Trap Road is, like, Trap Road is written on that map. It's written phonetically in English as, like, Toraporod. And it's the way that it just basically means obstacle course. Like, if you imagine, like, what's a trap road? A trap road is, like, just a road full of traps. And that's what they called the Nightmare Frontier, I guess, because it's, like, difficult. Its internal name was Mensis. Yeah, Mensis is called Trap Road. Because if you think about it, it's basically just like a whole lot of obstacles. Like, it's all these, like, pits you can fall down. It's the brain shooting you. It's all this shit going on. There's actually older versions of that map that have, like, a Tower of Latria style statue that's shooting at you, which I think became the brain later on as they were working. But yeah, they call Mensis Trap Road. Anyway. Hometown on that, by the way, on that map, the part that said Hometown, that's the Nightmare Frontier. It's called Hometown. So, this is what we mean by blocking. Hey, Nicole, we're all great. So, this is blocking.
Hello, hello.
So, Ludwig's Holy Blade and the Kirkhammer have a move where they sort of thrust out in front of themselves. And if you use that attack, it's to do, I think it's like a back, I don't really know anything about PvP, but basically if that happens and then you hit L2, you maintain that block animation and it actually does work like a shield. But you can't do it at will, you have to be using it to actually block an attack, and it basically just freezes the animation in place. And you can see there that, like, it's the Ludwig Blade's, like, elemental damage is being transferred to the person who hit it. So it's like hyper specific and hyper situational, but you can do it. Oh. So, That's true. I did. El Hazard's referring to a moment when was it you and I, or was it Aegon and I can't remember. We got invaded by someone called Meta's Skill Build. Like, that was their character name, and I just, like, one-shotted them without trying. What the fuck is this?
Amazing.
Okay. There's going to be a lot of PvP crowd stuff here, because that's the stuff that I find, like... Because I don't really know much about PvP, so whenever there's a PvP discovery, it blows my mind because I don't understand any of it. I've got... Abhorrent Beast doesn't do lightning damage. So yeah, the Abhorrent Beast is the Chalice Dungeon boss. That's also the one the Suspicious Beggar turns into. And you might think to yourself, clearly it's, use the gallery. This is another really cool thing that we did before. We had access to a model viewer. I think this was Xtren. Yeah, this is Xtren. So Xtren went into the chalices and figured out how to turn boss AI off using a save editor. So she's like, oh yeah, you can just, if I turn the boss AI off and then reload, it just stands there doing nothing. She was able to get gallery images this way. These actually, I think, look better than... I did quite a lot from an in-game... Not an in-game, from a model viewer. But, because, like, hers are actually taken in-game and they have, like, the in-game lighting and everything, they look much nicer than mine. So here's Abhorrent Beast. And you can notice, like, there's little sort of... little lightning things going off him. You might think to yourself, clearly this character does lightning damage.
Yeah.
They don't do lightning damage.
That's like an oxymoron.
Yeah, I don't know. And it's like they just added that effect later, and then they added the visual effect, and they never actually gave it lightning damage. Yeah. What have you got here? You got the horsefish.
The horsefish.
The horsefish.
Yeah, I don't remember how it started, but it's been a pretty prominent word in the community. So I thought I'd add it in here. And it's referring to the
guidance
to the
rune.
rune.
Oh, sorry, the horsefish rune.
Yes.
What's correct name is the horsefish rune.
Yeah, how did... Oh, it's because at some point I remarked that it looks like a horsefish. What's the horsefish name? The actual horsefish.
A seahorse.
A seahorse.
I like
yes.
horsefish.
Oh
I think it's a better name.
Thank you, thank you.
So
there we go. Yeah. Yeah, like there's 3 tiers, but the third one is not in game, I think.
Well, it's because the third one is the horsefish rune.
Ah, yes. Yes.
What you have to do is you have to make contact with Ludwig during the boss fight and not take any damage. And that will lead to you getting the horsefish rune.
Legit, thank you.
Someone's asking, is horsefish what you, like, call them in Russian or French?
I don't even know what you call them in Russian. Let's see, seahorse in Russian. Oh, морской конёк. Water horse.
Okay.
Okay, like, oh, okay.
Okay.
What do you call them in French? Hippocamp. Yeah, you call them in hippocamp.
Okay. Okay.
Cool.
Okay,
We're
so
learning a lot.
having added the horsefish, get to a community suggestion. Okay, we've got sedatives cure Beasthood. So, gather round, because this is a very, very long story.
Okay.
This is like another one of those things that's like the amount of effort that these things take to do versus the number of people who read them is like inversely proportional. So, So we have... Hang on. Anyway. Actually, there's probably a better image I can use to illustrate this visually. So... So early on by early on I mean like just before the game came out, there's literally an item in the game called Beast Blood. And when you use it, you do this. Like it's like an Estus Flask. It may literally be the Estus Flask animation. You pick up this like bottle and you just chug this Beasthood. And you might think, does this work like Beast Blood? And it doesn't. It actually lowers your resistance to a status called Beasthood. Whereas what Beast Blood does is it just raises the bar. So there was some weird interaction between Beast Blood and the Beasthood stat that in-game currently does nothing. Okay, it doesn't do nothing. What the Beasthood status does in-game is it's a bar that fills up. As the bar fills up, you take more damage, but you also do more damage. So it's actually kind of like black character tendency in Demon Souls, where it's pushing you more and more toward being a glass cannon. But if that bar fills up, nothing happens. That's what I mean by it does nothing. Like, you can fill your Beasthood bar all the way, and it just does nothing, and it just goes down again. So, if the Beasthood bar is maxed out, it doesn't really matter. But in older versions, and I can't remember which page it's on, in older versions of the game, sedatives lowered Beasthood. And it's like, wait, why would you want to lower Beasthood? Because there's not really a downside. If you don't want it, it's something you inflict on yourself. And if you don't want it, just wait a few seconds and it'll go down again. So, what we also found while we were going through all these... I don't know if it's even on here, because it's literally just like a text file. I'll just see if it's in here. Okay, it's not going to work properly if I do it that way. Whatever. So, what we also found while we were going through it is there's this unused on-screen message. So that you have, like, poison, rapid poison, and frenzy. Like, they'll pop up on the screen. Like, poison, rapid poison, frenzy. And there's an unused one that says transformed. So, like, it's a status effect. It's nothing to do with weapon transformations. It's literally the word transformed would appear on screen. And that sort of made us go, oh, okay, is this something to do with, like, if the Beasthood stat got too high, would you get, like, a transformed status? Which wouldn't have been a playable beast mode, because, like, just looking at the sheer amount of, like, given the sheer amount of, like, data mining and everything that's been done in Bloodborne, if there had been a playable beast mode at any point, we would have found it by now, like some trace of it, and we never have. So we're wondering if, like, transformed was something that, like, if your Beasthood stat maxed out, it was like a non-standard death, like Cursed in Dark Souls, where you would, like, turn into a beast and die or something and then just respawn rather than playing as one. But yeah, that's kind of what it's referring to. So that's pretty low. That's like this tier. There we go. Okay, so our next one is Lawrence has the moveset of the drowned corpse. So I reckon you can kind of notice that in game, but it's a little weird, so we'll put it here. So yeah, if you notice the way Lawrence works, he has the Cleric Beast moveset in Phase 1, and then in Phase 2, when he's dragging himself around like that and vomiting lava, that's actually the moveset of the drowned corpses from the sewer in Yharnam. I think they just make it slightly faster. because they also have no legs. Yes, he's just dragging himself around, and it's the same way
I never thought of it, but
it's the same way that the corpses in Yharnam, they also drag themselves around and they try to vomit on you. So that's why like the Lawrence fight is made entirely out of assets they kind of already had. So that's why it's like reskinned Cleric Beast, fire effect they already had from the Watchdog, plus like the Drowned Corpse moveset. And that's how they made Lawrence. And like internally that character is just called Omega Cleric Beast. So there's every indication that like that was never supposed to even, like, they had not thought of that ever being a Lawrence fight in the DLC until later on. Basically, the thing about the DLC is, we've covered this a few times before, but like the Old Hunters DLC, that was initially devised as two connected DLCs, kind of like Ashes of Ariandel and the Ringed City, where you'd have like just two separate DLCs for the one game, and they'd be connected by, I think they were connected by maybe Simon or something, I don't know. But what ended up happening was they combined them together. And the way they combined them together was with that Hunter's Nightmare area. So it was originally going to be like the Research Hall and then like the Hamlet, and there would have been two different. The Hamlet was initially massive. There's like I could put that in here actually. There's old maps of the Hamlet where it's gigantic, and that's why that Hunter's Nightmare area is just bits and pieces of Yharnam, because they didn't make assets for the sort of connecting part of the DLC. So that's why it's like bits of Yharnam, but they're slightly on like an angle, or it's like the Lawrence boss is a like Cleric Beast reskin, and there's like a blood-starved beast underneath there, and all the stuff's there because that area is basically all recycled out of stuff, because there was initially no plan for that area. It was going to be two distinct areas rather than having this connecting space. So there you go. Community. We've got so Without Horns has Floating Statue of Old Yharnam, which we've done, so thank you for that. Div just has the Cum Dungeon. Sin, do you want to explain the Cum Dungeon?
No. This is a wholesome podcast, Sophie.
So the Cum Dungeon. The Cum Dungeon was made by Extrin, who we've mentioned before. She's one of the Tomb Prospectors. She's extremely knowledgeable about the game, and she put a lot of time and effort into hacking dungeons because she had a save editor. And she successfully made one that, as soon as you load in the dungeon and walk forward a bit, there's a trap that goes off and kills an enemy that's worth, I think, 80,000 blood echoes. So you just walk through the front door, get 80,000 blood echoes, restart 80,000 blood echoes, restart 80,000 blood echoes, and just do that till you run out of Hunter's Marks. And the reason it's called the Cum Dungeon is because the glyph for it is like CUMMFK, so it's like the Cumfuck Dungeon. And you might think, if you just demonetize the stream, we don't make any money off this, so it doesn't fucking matter.
It's true.
Yeah, it's CUMMFPK, thank you, Nicole. It's the Cumfuck Dungeon.
That's the advantage we have over other channels.
Yes, we can do whatever we want, because no one watches us.
There we go. Patreon.com/Sinclair Lore.
Also, hang on, this is probably a good idea now that more people are here to just just to repeat this. So the reason that we do these streams on Return to Yharnam is we're trying to raise support for the Bloodborne Wiki. So you've noticed I've been showing off quite a bit of the Bloodborne Wiki as we've been going. And if you appreciate the work that's done there and you want to help support it, you can go to coffee.com/Mephistophea and just kick Meph like $5 or $10 or something to cover hosting, because like you've probably, if you've been watching for a while now, you've got a rough idea of like just how complicated a lot of this actually is. Like the sheer amount of stuff that is in here that has, like, here's a sitemap. It just shows you like all of this. And, like, none of this is, like, copy-pasted from a guide or anything. This is all just written by us. If you look at, say... let's grab, like, Fisherman Cleaver. So... things like... the Punch and Blood cocktails don't affect this enemy. Shaman Bone Blades do. That is actually because there was a very, very long weekend in which Trin and I did not see the sunlight. And we both played through the entire game. I played through the base game, she played through all the chalices. And all we did was every single time there was an enemy, we Shaman Bone Bladed it, and we threw a Punch and Blood cocktail in its general direction to see if it would work. So... all of that is what I mean about being tested in-game, because there was a guidebook that came with the Future Press Bloodborne guide that came out. The problem with that book is it's based on... it's not the fault of the people who wrote it. I'm not blaming anybody. But it's based on a pre-release build of the game that's not the one that we actually got. So, like, the stats in it and the names of items and things are actually kind of wrong. Like, they don't matter. It's from, like, version, like, 0.9 probably, or something like that. So just items in it don't quite work. And, like, the stats don't work. It'll mention, like, Chalice Dungeon things that don't work anymore. And that's why when we did this, we went and we tested the whole thing. We were like, we have to actually get this directly from the game, because otherwise, like, we run the risk of getting it wrong. And we actually found a lot of things that we didn't know were there. So, like... you'll notice in the research hall, there's, I think, literally 3 out of the, God knows, dozens and dozens of patients. There's 3 of them that they have the moveset of the Scourge Beasts. They run around on all fours jumping. And they are the only patients that are affected by Pungent Blood cocktails. So if you use a Pungent Blood cocktail, you can see there it affects them. If you use it on any other patient, it will not work. So they actually bothered. Meaning, like, the Clock Tower patients that were really, really close to Beasthood, they actually gave them that little beast thing to make them attracted to the cocktails. And we didn't know that until we actually just sat there and were like, we have to play through this whole fucking game from start to finish and write everything down.
Intense.
It was intense. So... I forget what that one even was. Cum Dungeon. Let's just put that. Hang on. Let's put this here. Patience. So, what else do we have? Hang on. So I'm just saying goodnight to Allison.
Aww.
I know.
Is she into Helldivers too?
I'll ask her when she wakes up.
Because she's usually into the same stuff as my boyfriend. They both were playing, like, Satisfactory and all that
Well,
stuff.
she's very into, like, any sort of sim automation game. She's been playing... She just finished Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Okay, she's not.
Oh, wow. She's
in the chat now.
Okay.
Okay, so... T-posing Willam.
T-posing Willam?
Okay, actually, no, we'll put that here. That's a little further down. T-posing Willam.
Is that different from the chair-flying Willam?
Yeah, so this is just, this is a glitch that happened a lot on 1.00. A lot of people saw this, but it's also stuck on 00, so I think maybe people didn't have forgotten it since then. But, you could make Willam T-pose. So if you just like, I think if you just kept reloading the area, this would sometimes happen. Or sometimes if you hit him, his animations would bug out and he would T-pose like this.
He's like, come at me, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's on there now. What has the community got? I've got weird audio that plays in Erden Church and nowhere else that Aegon discovered. I don't know what that is. Okay, Alison has just said Dragon's Dogma 2 is better than FromSoft's entire catalogue.
Ooh, you go, girl.
I feel like I'm fighting a losing battle here. Thank you and good night, Alison. I'll let you know how many subs have left as a result of you saying that. It's okay, I love you.
More or less as a result of my Elden Ring opinions.
Yeah. Okay, good night. So, I don't know what that actually refers to. There's some enemies that are misplaced, like, that will give off weird sounds. There's a weird sound that happens in, the old workshop. You can hear someone breathing, but it's actually one of the enemies from the lower section of, Cathedral Ward.
Yeah,
So
the workshop thing I remember.
Yeah.
But
I reckon, okay, what I think we'll do is, because it's made me think of this, we'll put, Old Yharnam beasts are singing. So this is something that, it's, again, one of those things that, like, it's in there and it's kind of directly in front of you, but when you do certain things, it turns it off. It's like the sleeping brick troll, the sleeping hunter's minion. So, the thing about this is, like, if you go into the cathedral where the Bloodstarved Beast is strung up, you can hear the beasts in there singing, but you have to be quite close to the floor to get it properly. And the problem is, once you hit that urn that falls down and sets the thing on fire, they stop singing because it's on fire. But if you basically run through there, don't knock the oil urn down, and then reload the area from, like, the Bloodstarved Beast's church and go back up so you don't aggro them, they're actually singing this hymn. It's like a weird guttural sort of like beast song. It's like, oh, like that, and the one that's by the altar is actually leading the congregation. It's like going like this, and they're all singing along, and it's really creepy. And yeah, most people don't hear that because they just knock the oil down and run through, and then that means you'll never hear it again for that playthrough. Okay. What is Sin added? Sin's added Dignity City. Sin, can you explain Dignity City?
Well, that's Bergenworth.
Yeah.
Is a name.
Yep.
Of the place.
Yep.
In the Bloodborne.
Yep.
Bergen meaning city.
Uh-huh.
Worth, we translated it as dignity.
Yep.
Together it makes Dignity City, and I'm not the only one. Community brought it up too, so
yeah. Yeah.
So it's official. You know, a funny thing happened. At some point we made a tweet, something like, what's Bergenworth's real name? And then everybody posted like Dignity City, Dignity City, Dignity City. And then some like random person was like, what is this Dignity City? Like, I played Bloodborne a lot, I never heard of it. Wow, guys, tell me more.
I feel like the best ending to the Dignity City saga is we then found out there is actually a Canadian non-profit called Dignity City.
Yeah.
Which we discovered when we were going to go and register dignitycity.org.
We did register something that's Dignity City adjacent, but it's in the works. Because we have... What do we have? Babe, is it glowconspiromancyacademy.com?
It is, yeah. It is glowconspiromancyacademy.com.
Yeah, but then we registered Dignity City for a future fake ad.
Hang on, I can show you.
Yeah, that's coming.
So this is actually what Berg means.
Yeah.
So it's Bergen. We go down there. And it is that it means burial place.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why Bergenworth is the place that's like exploring the tombs, because it's Bergenworth. It's Bergen. Actually, here's an interesting. We'll just keep going. What's it called? Draft dialogues. It's possible that Bergenworth was the name of a character at one point rather than
Yeah.
Yeah, because. So this is the original. We'll come back to this inevitably. So this is. These dialogues are in the game, but they're in a different dialogue table to the other dialogue, so we hadn't found it for like ages, and then it was dug up. And some of this, like that and that, were officially translated into English. Other parts of it weren't, and that was actually done by me. So I sat there, like, I'm not pretending I'm fluent, but I sat there with, like, a rough idea of how the game was supposed to play out and, like, some translation software. And I translated the dialogue, and then I finished it, and I actually sent it to Loki, and I was like, does this work for you? And he's like, yeah, you pretty much got it. So, as far as this is as accurate as it's going to get, I think. So, you can see here, this is dialogue from Izzy. So, you might know the game contains a character called Irreverent Izzy, who is no longer in the game. That's because that name was for a removed NPC, who was actually very similar to Gehrman. Archibald, another removed NPC who became Archibald the Hunter. And he's the guy we're looking at because he mentions... He's the guy who wants you to go into the chalices and bring him stuff from the chalices. And the more you give it to him, the more he starts tipping over and it's like, oh, it's intoxicating, it's wonderful. And then he starts saying, I understand now why Bergenworth went mad. And I don't know if, like, that's referring to Bergenworth the college. Because I don't think anyone in this draft ever calls the college Bergenworth. They just call it the college. And I'm wondering if Bergenworth was originally the name of, like, a character who went down there, because that's sort of how it's written. Because he wouldn't say, like, why the students of Bergenworth or something matched. Bergenworth went mad. And you know, all this Archibald dialogue, this was all translated by me. There's actually a version here where we'll go actually there. This will come up later on. Basically, who Lawrence was originally. This is interesting. This is Lance actually found this dialogue. There was an official version that we didn't know about. He like recovered the files. I think they were in an earlier build that we didn't have. But originally we only had this in Japanese, and I translated it. And then when Lance showed off his video, I'm like, I got that pretty much right. I actually did that. Like, the only real difference was that, yeah, I said diseased one and they said ailing one. Yeah. And they're a bit more, they were like, because they were a bit more florid, they were like, you know, drink deep of this madness, and I was trying to be like, I was just trying to get it as like, direct as possible, basically. Oh, here's the Mikolash NPC, we'll come back to that. Anyway. So, that's where Bergenworth comes from as a name. What's Sin got? What's the community got? After the attack on the hamlet, is it true the event became known as Lawrence Fishburne?
Yes.
Lawrence Fishburne incident.
Lawrence Fishburne incident. Yes. Cute.
And that was from Lies of P Funk. I think, is that Agent Funk? Yeah.
Yeah, that's Agent Funk.
I can't keep up with who's changing their names. So, Saint Laura.
Oh, Saint Laura, that's a good one.
So Saint Laura I'm going to put here because they're one of those things that was in a trailer, so a lot of people have actually seen Saint Laura, but they don't know they're called Saint Laura. So, let's pull up the wiki again. Early trailer. This page was made after I'd been working with Meth for a while. And I actually said, like, hey, can I make this page? So that was our relationship. It evolved from, like, I need you to make this page for me to me going, can I make a page? So this is a page where I went through the Project Beast trailer from 2014. And I recreated all of the angles and areas in the retail build. And some of it's quite similar and some of it isn't. It's like, that's like Witch's Abode. The main thing about the Project Beast thing is you can see Hemwick is during the day. It's like that daylight lighting is actually, like, the areas can use that lighting, they just don't. It's only ever used in the very end of the game when you wake up in Cathedral Ward. But you can switch daytime lighting on for a bunch of different areas. So this is back in a version of the game where you would start in Hemwick. And then you would travel from Hemwick to Yharnam, probably by the coach or something like that. And what's, like, interesting is with that in mind, that you can't see Yharnam from Hemwick in these shots. Like, it's there. And, like, there's Yharnam in the retail. There's the trail and no Yharnam. And that could just be because the map doesn't have the LOD models added. Like, I'm not saying this proves anything at all. It's just really interesting that you can't see Yharnam from there. Because originally, like, you were going to start here, and I don't know how long that coach journey was supposed to be. But it might have been a very long coach journey. And that coach journey, actually, this is still in the retail build, but it's notable. There's these cobblestone roads along the side of Hemwick with little tunnels. We can probably get a better shot of them later on, but yeah, those are, like, a carriage could conceivably have gone down there. So we're wondering if, like, was Hemwick somewhere you walked to and fro, rather, like, kind of like Canehurst. Anyway, there is St. Laura. You might think that's Amelia. It's like, you're correct. So the reason I started off this obsessive thing, so I was looking at it and I recreated the shot and I was like, oh, interesting. Like, pretty much everything's in the same place. Like, the corpses are literally the exact same corpses in the exact same place. But there is this broken bridge, right, with a haystack under it. This is turning into, like, something from Pat Labor 2, and I'm sorry. But, like, there's nothing in this image that indicates the presence of the broken bridge with the haystack. Like, that's been added later on. Like, it would be visible. It would be around here. And that broken bridge with the haystack is kind of integral to the Witch of Hemwick fight. Because if you don't have that there, then, like, there's, like, I mean, the Witch of Hemwick boss fight's already not considered great, but it would have been even worse. Because, like, that bridge at least allows for, like, the witches to sort of move around the room and hide and stuff, and it gives you more things to do during the fight. It's not just a big open arena. But if you remove it, you do have a big open arena, which is where you would fight something big like Vicar Amelia. So this, to me, cemented that, like, oh, this probably wasn't, like, we had a boss and we had an arena and we stuck them together to make, like, this shot of Vicar Amelia in Hemwick. Vicar Amelia was probably supposed to be in Hemwick. Like, that was where they put her originally, and you'd maybe hear these, like, bashing, crashing noises from inside that room. And, also notably, like, I think she always has the pendant. It's like, this probably would have played into the pendant story when that was more relevant. So yeah, that, I think, well, okay, well, what was she still Amelia? If we go into, this is called the Living Livers. So, Living Livers were the original thing you got from bosses. They were like boss souls in the Souls games. And we found a list of them. And the list contains, like, it's sort of, you can figure it out. So it's like Father Gascoigne's always Father Gascoigne. Healing Church Bishop, that would be the Cleric Beast. Skinned Beast, which is Bloodstarved Beast, Witch of Hemwick. which is interesting because St. Laura's already on here, so I don't know what the story... Maybe the Witch of Hemwick guarded St. Laura, I don't know. Snakeball, Dream Demon, we talked about on the other Iceberg. And then way down the bottom, Living Liver of St. Laura, the Beast Saint. And that's Vicar Amelia. So Vicar Amelia at one point was St. Laura. And I think it's really interesting that the name Laura is very, very close to Lawrence. And I don't know if, like, she was maybe a Lawrence-style character at the beginning and they replaced her with the Lawrence we have now. But it's, like, really interesting that you go from, like, Laura to Lawrence. It's like the characters, like, one bled into the other at some point. So, another sin contribution. Actually, I have to go for like 5 minutes, so I'll just, I'll leave the little ad up and you can talk to people soon. Is that okay?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
How's everyone doing today? My name is Sin. Yeah. So the point of this stream is that we're helping the Bloodborne-Wiki, the one true wiki of Bloodborne. And it would be cool if people could go to ko-fi.com/Mephistophia and, you know, support the wiki. Because Meph and other people do a lot of, like, you know, great work. And it takes a lot of effort. And it would be cool if we could support them, you know? Doing our part. Hi, welcome. Yeah, I'm good. I've been good. As you know, I've been like, this is not a joke. From my previous 3 jobs, I've been laid off a total of 5 times. And so I have a new job now. It's really cool. I really, really like it. It's amazing. The place is nice, except we're extremely understaffed. Like, half the team is missing at the moment. So it's been a little tough. Been a little, like, been working a lot, you know. Yeah, that's why it's been a little bit quiet, but, you know, we're getting there. Sophie has had a lot of things going on too, but yeah. Yes. But it's cool. It was a long weekend, so I caught up on some sleep, which was amazing. Yay. What else is happening? I've also been going to the gym a lot to manage my understaffed stress. So that's been really helpful. Yeah, been playing Helldivers too. And my boyfriend actually helped me with Elden Ring. He got me to Morg, the one that guards the egg. So that and Sophie and I will actually stream us beating him, so that we can, like, do the DLC when it comes out. Hey, I'm still in research. I'm still doing oncology at the moment. Like, I was working in a CRO before, and now I'm working more on a site, so I'm like, you know, doing similar things, but on the, I'd say, on the other end of research.
I'm back now.
Thank you for asking. Hi, welcome
Hi.
back.
I do have you on record saying we're going to play the Elden Ring DLC.
Girl, I've been telling you, like, I saw the trailer and it looks good.
Okay.
Like, if the rest of the game looked that good, maybe I'd enjoy it, you know?
Okay.
Like, yeah.
Okay.
Fun go.
Alright, so, where are we up to? Oh, okay, hang on. We gotta go down here, we gotta add him. Snuffles the pig.
Wait, what? Sorry,
Snuffles the pig boy.
Ah, Snuffles the pig boy, yes.
Snuffles the pig boy.
Beautiful Snuffles.
I should point out that, like, Snuffles is that thing over there. We talked about him a bit on the last Iceberg, but I'm going to show off some more of him. Mm-hmm. So, the thing about Snuffles is, like, I keep forgetting this. Snuffles was named by a friend of ours.
Yes, yeah.
They went by Atomic Ivy at the time. I think they've changed their Twitter handle since then, but they're a friend of the channel, a friend of mine. And I was just showing, like, hey, here's this weird pig thing that we found. We were all obsessed over it, and I showed it to Ivy, and they just went, I call him Snuffles. And that single, like, that single comment in a Twitter DM from, like, 2017 has now become this thing's official name. And we need to keep it. So, we get a good shot of Snuffles. There we go. So we talked about this a little bit on the previous Iceberg, but this is a completely finished character. Like, this was not like an unfinished boss or something. This thing works if you load it into the game. Like, if you just somehow spawn this in the game, it would work. It's actually already, you can already encounter this if you have access to the test chalices. I don't know if there's a photo of Snuffles here, but in the test dungeon that I showed off on the Iceberg, there's just all of the enemies in the game in a line. Where is it? This one. I forget if you get a good shot of Snuffles on the page, but basically there is a test dungeon. There's every enemy in the game standing in a really long line. That's Queen Killer, by the way. That's why Queen Killer drops gems, like I was saying, because Queen Killer is just an enemy that they changed the team of. They're all here. And it's designed to just test the bosses, essentially, by turning them on and off and having you fight them. And Snuffles is here. He's in that line somewhere. So if you figure out a way to access this dungeon, which I think it's still open if you just search around and go, like, look for the... If you just look for, like, on Tomb Prospectors or something, they'll probably be able to get you... oh, hang on, here's some more. Probably be able to get you in touch with it. But yeah, Snuffles is here. And what happens is he's like the Hunter's minions in that he spawns sleeping. And he has this cute little snoring noise. He sits there just going... like that through his big, like, pig nose. And he's very, very cute. And then what happens is... I don't know exactly if this is how it's supposed to work or it's just something that I kept seeing happen. If you walk by him, he smells you. Like, his nose goes... and he starts sniffing around and then he wakes up and follows you. So I'm wondering if, like... if it's something to do with, like, he was something that you couldn't sneak up on because he could always smell you. Something like that. And yeah, we mentioned... I'll show it off again. That he is actually seemingly the basis of...
the statues.
The statues in Old Yharnam. Yeah, because there's these statues in Old Yharnam of what look... they're humanoid, but they have these massive noses, and they're, like, on the ground near that big altar where the blood-starved beast is. And it's like... I remember when this came out, as soon as I saw the Snuffles thing, I'm like, oh my god, it's the things from Old Yharnam, and Redgrave went, shut up!
But I was really happy that we discovered, like, that, because I was wondering about the statues for the longest time, right? Like, what are these? We never meet anything like that.
Yeah,
so when Snuffles shows up, it was like a piece of mind.
Redgrave didn't appreciate Snuffles. I think I hope he does now. He was like, shut up, who cares? It's like, I found the big things. I don't care. Where are we going? Let's go down here. There's some more Snuffles stuff here. Where is he? It's a very nice 360 pose that Sanadius K made. Maybe it's up here a bit. I've done an updated version of this gallery. It's just not up yet. Where I, like, actually just got the models and opened them in a model viewer and just took shots, like panorama shots of them. So anyway, here we go. It's so pretty.
Very cool.
Yeah. You have to imagine it's like... and then it just sort of waddles after you. It's very, very cute.
Oh. Yes, Snuffles is the protagonist we deserve.
Okay, but here's the thing. He actually could be the protagonist because what they do is they copy-paste all of the player assets onto that character so that he can wield that axe. Like, they just dumped all the Dark Souls assets on. So he's got Praise the Sun. I'll see if I can dig it up. This might take a minute or so. Hang on.
Pickle says that's a snack hunter if I've ever seen one.
Like a lot of the enemies will have, like, you'll look at them and be like, oh, what's the, like, why does this have, like, all of these animations? Was it supposed to, like, because a lot of enemies have animations for, like, opening doors and, like, using items and things, and the answer is that they just kind of, like, pasted them. I found it. They just kind of pasted them from Dark Souls. Like, they just went, like, like, dropped all of it. Here's Snuffles doing Praise the Sun.
Praise the Snuffles! Praise.
I love him. Okay, so, Snuffles Big Boy. We have... What's next? We'll grab a sin thing. You've got there is no such thing as insight versus blood.
Oh yeah, because remember, when Bloodborne came out, people were talking about how, like, it's all about insight versus blood.
Yeah, well...
Like, I think they were saying, like, Master Lawrence wants his sight, and, like, Mikolash or Lawrence wants blood. But, you know, it's like, it's not insight versus blood. Insight represents the depth of human knowledge, and everybody's looking through insight through various means, basically. Yeah, we talk a lot about this in our podcast, so...
Hang on. Gotta make sure it sticks to the sides. Snap the canvas edge there. Would you want to move that further up then?
Yeah, I think it's pretty. I would say it's like in the first couple of layers, because it's like.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know. I don't know if it's still like a prominent, like, idea.
It's because Vardy said it at the start of his Bloodborne Explained video.
Right. Yes.
Bloodborne is about the conflict between blood and insight.
Mhm.
Okay. And the community's got the suspicious murder of Lady Maria in the clock tower by a villain known as...
Oh my god! Ludwig killed Maria?
Ludwig killed Maria. Would you like to explain this? Because I still don't quite understand it.
Okay, basically what happened is that... I don't understand it entirely, but because I'm a Loracle, I can tell you that
had a vision.
Didn't kill herself. Had a vision. Yeah. She was murdered by someone in the church so that they can somehow take her place or whatever. And,
take her place as someone who's eternally suffering.
Yes. And Ludwig wanted a promotion, but he sucked, so he knew he couldn't replace Maria by, like, regular means. So he, like, snuck up on her and killed her because he knew he couldn't take her in a fight anyway.
Okay.
Maybe he put something in her wine, I don't know. And that's how he became the, what did he become? Like, the leader of the following hunters?
Yeah. So when you say Ludwig snuck up on Maria, what was he a Winnebago-sized horse at the time?
Yes.
Okay.
Because Maria didn't have a Snuffles to, sniff him out.
That's true.
Yeah. We have videos on Ludwig killed Maria, and Sophie was very, very surprised and was reassured by my Oracle powers when it turned out that in a version of a game someone did kill Maria. Aww.
Yes, people do. People do die if they're killed. Actually, we do have. I remember this came up during a fucking Kingdom Hearts stream, and I had to stop it to tell you this.
Yeah.
Hang on, I want to reveal. I had to make a note about this.
Yes.
Okay, it's not. No, it's unused Japanese dial. Okay, so we knew that Simon had, like, this unused line in Japanese that's not translated, and it was just, like, spoken. It wasn't properly subtitled. And we got it, and we were looking at it. and then we realised that line was Ludwig ... Maria ... And it's only like you can, if you just fill in the first ... with killed.
Yeah.
And the second ... with Sin was right, guys, seriously.
Yeah.
You're vindicated.
Thank you. You see, my lyrical powers no bounds.
And the community's... Oh, no, that was a community suggestion. Okay.
That's an everything suggestion.
Everyone, okay. Unused wall NPC from the network test. Let's put this one down here.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
So this is, again, something that, like, people saw because it was, like, shown off, but no one really kind of understood what it was. And then people didn't really look for it after that. So, hang on. This is... Here we go. So what you're looking at now is... This is the bridge that... It's underneath the bridge. It's like the little thing that goes... You know, there's like the dark house that you go through, like, right after Gilbert when you open the gate that goes up to the Great Bridge, right? It's
yeah.
It's basically, it's in between that house and where Gascoigne is. It's just like, it's just not a particularly great screenshot to illustrate where you are, because it's just a fucking wall. But this was found in the Japanese network test, and it was whoever was playing was interacting with an NPC who's seemingly behind the wall. And the first prompt is ask about Blood of a Sage. And the second prompt is ask about Lawrence. And this really threw us because this is from, like, the alpha in 2014. So we had no idea that there was another Lawrence in the game. And we thought there must only ever have been one Lawrence in this story. So it's really interesting that there's this NPC talking about Lawrence and they're seemingly behind a wall. And then that led to this theory that, like, was this Patches at one point? Like, was Patches going to show up before the window in Yharnam? And, like, appear behind walls and, like, give you all these weird lore dumps about Lawrence and everything? We were like, what the fuck is this? And then... it turned out that... Assuming this is the right page. Yeah, it's actually the narrow-minded man. Oh, hang on, no, there's a different version, sorry. It's on another page. As like I said, there's just a lot of information here. Might be in the draft dialogues. But basically... we found those prompts. Okay, maybe it's in dialogue reference. Sorry. Reference. Here we are. I think he's just called Yharnamite NPC. Here we are. Okay, so here we go. It's this character here. He has the same voice actor as the narrow-minded man. And you can say here, here's his response to that, and he goes, oh, blood of a sage. Oh, don't know nothing, not a thing. It's some made-up nonsense, blah, blah, blah. And he's the one who tells you, it's basically doing what Gilbert does, where he tells you to go to the cathedral and find, here it's Herbert rather than just the healing church. Norbert, sorry, he's talking about Norbert. That's ask about blood of a sage. So it's like, I don't know anything about blood of a sage. And then ask about Lawrence. Like, oh, Lawrence, another outsider like yourself, left the cathedral. This is what, let's go over this, because we talked about this in the old Iceberg, where we mentioned, like, Lawrence being a friend. Yeah. So he's like, Lawrence, another outsider like yourself. Yeah, I know him. He left the cathedral in the Eastern Quarter, on my advice even. Unlucky for him. You see, just after he left, the bell tolled, kicking off the hunt. And no off-comer ever lives through the hunt, trust me, mate. So he's doing that. The other interesting thing about this guy is he's saying, did you bring us blood? So basically he only answers the questions if you give him blood vials. And that's not used anymore. Like, that's a really interesting mechanic that they never ever do again. Where Yharnamite NPCs would only speak to you if you brought them blood vials. Like, you had to actually give up healing supplies to get information out of them. And yeah, the reason he is under the bridge is literally just because they didn't want him behind one of the windows to be interacted with, and rather than disabling him, they just moved him underneath the bridge thinking that no one would check there. But someone slightly clipped through a wall and did it that way.
Amazing.
Yeah. So that's the wall NPC. Now to get a sin thing. Invisible Gehrman in Fishing Hamlet.
Yeah, there's an invisible Gehrman in the Fishing Hamlet. For trailer purposes.
Yeah, so if you've seen the trailer for The Old Hunters, there's a shot of Gehrman walking through the fishing hamlet, briefly seen from behind. And that is done by them just putting Gehrman's model in the fishing hamlet and just making it walk forward. And they leave it in there. So if you go to Fishing Hamlet, oh, it might not be. Yeah, okay. Oh, no, okay. It's not there anymore, but it's, invisible. So it doesn't actually render properly. But, there's an invisible Gehrman outside the fishing hamlet, but they just left it there. So it's still in the game, and if you want, I think you could restore it and fight him there if you wanted to. So I reckon that's pretty low. We'll put it over here. Invisible Gehrman in fishing hamlet. Yeah, stealth suit Gehrman, that's what's going on. Okay, so we've got, we're filling it out, we've got a little bit more to go, but I reckon we can get this done. We've been going for about 2 hours now. Community edition. Tharian Civil War. So this is from Wave Sounds. So we'll put, this is this isn't really data mine. I reckon we can put it, we'll put it down here. So this is something that we kind of covered in the old Iceberg video. But basically if you look at, I won't put up a picture for it. When you look at the Chalice dungeons, there's all these signs of conflict there. And there's clearly a winning and losing faction. And the losing faction are the guys that dress like the knights in Demon Souls, which is also a portrait in Cainhurst. So you get the impression that, the people of Cainhurst, the guys who dressed like that, they ended up maybe they lost a fight and maybe they were expelled or something. And they're also the ones that founded Cainhurst. So that's where this whole Tharian Civil War thing comes from. There's also references in the Chalice descriptions to, the Thumerians sort of, it doesn't outright say that they were in conflict, but it says that they sort of got above their station. They started as slaves, and then one day they started saying that, they would have queens and civilizations and things. So the Civil War could have come from that. I don't know to what extent they developed it and to what extent it just sort of, became something that was implied through assets, but it looks like it's in there. And that's how you get around Ligarius having Thumerian Elder moveset, because you say he's he's there to finish the job. Yeah. Well, since we're on that layer, I reckon we do EV maps. So I think this, I had a look and this actually kind of shows up. Someone suggested this as well, but they called it like the map in the doll's brooch. So I'll explain what that means. So that is an EV map.
Oh,
so I'll bring,
like the reflection?
I'll bring the wiki back up and I'll show you. So this is another like, this is more data mining that I did. It's it took quite a long time because I had to get everything kind of. The program I was using to look at the EV maps, it didn't let you like plug in coordinates and everything yourself because they're like a big panorama. So I had to do it by eye and it took forever. So what you're looking at now. Okay, so this is how EV maps work. So that's the doll's brooch in Bloodborne, and you can see that the hunter's dream's reflected in it, right? But because it would absolutely kill the processor to be in real time rendering the hunter's dream on every little reflective surface in the game, what it ends up doing is there's just like an image of the hunter's dream that's like put on that, and it just rotates the image based on where that is to give the impression that it's reflecting. So that image of the hunter's dream is actually it's this image of the hunter's dream. You can see it there. There's like this other, that's sort of what you're actually looking at that image there. You're not looking at the thing in game, if that makes sense. So basically when you look at the doll's brooch, you're seeing the hunter's dream, but you're actually seeing that hunter's dream kind of like mapped onto it. So we had a look at all the EV maps because the EV maps, they're made from like seemingly like older, like they just sort of took a panorama shot and left it. Some of them aren't quite finished and you get to see old stuff. So this is the one we're interested in. It's specifically this part here. I'm actually just going to drag it across. Hang on. Open your new tab. And I might just pull this across slightly so you get a better look at it. That. So, that is roughly where the doll is in the Yharnam sunrise ending. Like it's that little sort of clump of trees and rocks that's kind of opposite the front door. But you'll notice that there are all of these people slumped against the headstones. Because that is the old place where the warps used to happen. They didn't happen on the stairs going up to the hunter's dream. There was actually a clump of headstones by that tree. And they had corpses in front of them. And the corpses acted as the warp points. So this is the sort of shit you get from the EV maps. It's like, oh, interesting. Like, that's how they used to do things. It's like good to get confirmation. Like, we can find, I brought up St. Laura before. This was the final, like, proof that we needed. You can see right in the middle. This is the Hemwick EV map, and right in the middle, there's very clearly the silhouette of Vicar Amelia. And that's how we finally got, okay, no more arguments. She was initially designed to be the boss of Hemwick. And there's all kinds of just, a lot of these aren't finished. Like, that's Canehurst, and it's just nothing. It's just a snowy mountain. Sorry, that's Canehurst. So good luck decoding what that is. It doesn't really matter because it has to be snow. What else is there here? The other thing you'll notice actually about this is that, like, there's other hunters present. So there's always one character there, because that's basically how they, that's just like the character you're playing as, just in the center of the screen. But you can see, like, there's a hunter there. And if we drag this across, there's also a hunter there. So this is one of those things, again, I'm not 100% sure exactly how it worked, but if we go into Izzy's dialogue, Here we go. So this is Izzy. So Izzy is an NPC. When you meet him, he talks like he says you're from the Dream Refuge. He doesn't talk to you like he's in the dream at that point. He talks to you, says you're from the dream. And he talks to you about the history of Yharnam. It's actually the same. It's basically the same lore dump that Gehrman gives you about, like, you know, here's the history of Ludwig, and here's, like, there's a town in the valley with a chalice in the valley, blah, blah, blah. But the difference is basically that Gehrman's your mentor, and he's sort of, like, taking this, like, I'm instructing you about this. But Izzy is more just, like, telling you this stuff because he's trying to get on your good side. And he's very deferential, and he's calling you, like, Hunter Sama. Like, he just really, he's like a hunter fanboy who isn't a hunter. And he talks about, like, I was born in Yharnam. Yeah, he's like, I was born in Yharnam. I want to see the outside world. Blah, blah, blah. And then he says at one point, why is it that I see you talking to that doll? Now, if he sees you talking to the doll, he must be in the dream. Because that's where the doll is. Like, it's a very weird... I don't quite understand it, but he's talking to you in that point like you're in the dream. It's like, I see you talking to this doll. Why doesn't she talk to me?
Unless he's thinking of the doll in the real world.
But you don't talk to the doll in the real world. You talk to her in the dream.
Well, maybe you're trying.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like,
yeah.
I don't know.
And then there's Archibald. And Archibald is basically saying, bring me blood gems. Bring me blood gems. Bring me blood gems. Which is, again, like, was he in the dream or was he just hanging out somewhere? So there's all these NPCs. And I am legit wondering if, like, that happened because at some point you would actually be able to send them to the dream. Because that would explain why there's silhouettes of hunters that aren't there anymore. Kind of like the Nexus in Demon Souls. This is the abandoned old workshop map, and you can see again, like, there's some figure there. Like, that's the player, but then there's someone here. And I don't know who that is. There is a very interesting... remember that trailer with all the Polaroid shots in it?
Yes. Yeah.
One of them is the doll standing in what looks like the abandoned workshop, and she's, like, holding something.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. There's some other just weird stuff in the EV maps. There's a very... This is interesting. Lumenflower Gardens. There's just, like, there's something in the garden, but we can't make out what it is. Because if you imagine, like, that's where you come in, that's the garden, there's the sky. Now, in the game now, it's just flowers. There's just the lumen flowers. But here you can see there is some massive, like, white shape there. Mm-hmm. And it could be, like, it's... We've been through every possibility of what this could be, and the answer is we don't know because it's so low resolution. It's just a blob. But there was something there, and it looks like it was, like, silver and shiny. So, like, it could have been Ebrietus. It could have been a crawler. It could have been that weird blue version of the Moon Presence. Like, we don't know. But there was something in Lumenflower Gardens at some point. And, now I'm trying to remember which data mining page everything's actually on. I can actually show you that old checkpoint system with the weird, the skull people. Hang on. Hang on, I'll show you. Alright. This is what I'm talking about. This is where the warp things used to be. That's what that image is reflecting. Like, that's the tree in the center, and there would have been all these tombstones around here, and that's where you would warp from. There wouldn't be along there. It's definitely here because I spent ages taking screenshots of it. Maybe if I just type checkpoint. No, okay. Who knows? But basically what you would see is these, it was like a Yharnamite corpse hunched forward with a skull in its lap. And the skull initially started off down like under the thing and you touch it and the skull would rise up and that would be the checkpoint. I don't know how if it was ever finished or how it would... Oh, there it is. I just saw it for a second. This. That's the old checkpoint system. So you'd have these corpses, they'd have a skull in their lap. And then you'd, like, activate the skull, and that would activate the corresponding grave in the dream. So you can see, like, that's... Lance got it kind of properly textured and everything. So you'd see that. And that skull would go bloop! And when it was on, it would activate the corresponding grave here. And that's one of the old warp points. And, like, yeah, that was... I don't know when it was changed. We ended up with, like, warp chairs. We've talked a lot about warp chairs are one of the better known things, I think, from the game. And, oh, here's a... Yeah, let's add the mirror. So this is basically the mirror from Elden Ring. Where if you look in the mirror, you can change your... just change your character appearance again, like you can in Elden Ring. So let's put that on there. Mirror. Damn it. Come back. Okay, cool.
Ooh.
Cool. Okay, so what have you got for me? You've just got 820.
Oh yeah. 820 is the ID for make contact. Thought it was cute. It's important.
Well, because it's the time is 820.
No. Thought it was cute.
But what?
That make contact has an ID. I don't know. And then I thought we should replace all our words with just IDs from Bloodborne. So, like, use numbers when we communicate, you know? Like
Okay.
our own Morse code, but Bloodborne IDs.
Okay. Okay, I've literally never heard you mention that before.
No, I just, yeah.
Cool.
It came to me.
Alright. I thought it was going to be like, is it going to be 820 degrees? Is, like, the hands of a clock facing 820? No, I like 820. Okay, so, various types of X's from wave sound, various types of executioner. Okay, I reckon we put this at Snuffles here. So this is interesting. This is executioner versus executioner. So this is something that baffled us for years and years and years.
And we had like 17 episodes on it throughout the years.
So basically the way that Cainhurst talks about executioners is completely all over the place. Because you have, like, Cainhurst was attacked by the executioners, but also, here's some stuff that's from Cainhurst that belongs to executioners.
The executioners. And then there's the executioner in Yharnam that's waiting for you with an axe.
Yeah, yes. So, what this essentially amounts to is that, like, there is executioner as a job description, and there is executioner as a proper noun, and they're two different things, but the game is inconsistent. So, Ligarius's faction are the executioner's proper noun, but then the Cainhurst executioner is just the executioner who is from Cainhurst. Yeah, so, like, once we finally figured that out, I think it was, like, 2018, it was like, God, we can finally sleep now. Yeah. And also the character, the big Basuzo looking guys with the axes, they're canonically in English called executioner, but the actual, like, name of that thing in Japanese is, like, the dismantling man, as in he's someone who uses the axe to dismantle the corpses, and they changed that to executioner, thus adding a third executioner.
Yeah.
Executioner versus executioners versus executioners versus executioner. Noun versus executioner. So Executioner job title versus Executioner's faction versus Executioner enemy. Cool. Yep. Okay, and let's go back to my Iceberg thing. Unused elevator assets on altar. This is a cool one, so hang on. This is like a data mining thing, so we'll put it... I think only a few people have seen this.
It's Lance showed it off, right, at some point?
No, it was actually... one of my friends found it.
Also, I'm thinking of a different elevator.
Yeah, this is Lance found, like, the collision for the elevator. But one of my friends, I saved this image last night because it's actually kind of hard to find. I have it, but I don't know where you would, like, I don't think it's actually anywhere online. Where did I put it? There it is. Okay, so... There. So that there. Let's get up there. That's the elevator in the Grand Cathedral in the base game. So like this has nothing to do with the DLC. If you open it in like this is open in Blender, you can see that it actually has on it the assets that would have allowed it to function as an elevator. Like it's got housings for the chains. You can't actually see it in that one properly, but there is like a switch thing that would make it go up and down. So this cements that like this was found a long time ago, way before Lance did his thing. But like this is the first thing that cemented, hey, this altar used to be an elevator. Like this was not just a DLC thing. Like they did actually plan for the elevator to go up and down. Sorry, pardon me. Yeah, it was going to go up and down, and they changed that. They kind of recycled that idea in the DLC, and actually, I reckon. Sorry, this is a mess. I can show you. Come back. There you go. Good. I keep having to close all the tabs because every time I open one of these, it's a new tab. But I now have like 200 Chrome tabs open. If we go here, there's actually I made a cross section of the cathedral, and I put it. Where did I put it? Here. No, that's Old Yharnam. That's the wrong one. I literally had this image up like about half an hour ago. Now I've lost it. There it is. That's a cross section of the cathedral. I am taking suggestions, Pogo, if you got anything in the chat. So you can see it. Like again, it's not amazing because I'm using an image you can't really zoom in on, but you can see again like there is a space under the altar. Like even without the DLC taken into account, they bothered having, there is a gap under that altar, like it could actually have gone up and be replaced by a different altar. So it's all been there, and like the, we'll cover this later on. This is a this is a different question altogether, but yeah, the idea of the altar going up in the DLC, that was almost certainly a base game thing, and we can actually show off, just do it fucking now. Actually, no, there's a separate Iceberg entry. I wrote a bunch out. Okay. So. Sin's suggestion is... you've got Key to the Great Bridge.
Oh yeah, it used to be like when you fought Gascoigne.
That's okay. Yep. Okay, so we'll put that's pretty low down. So I reckon maybe about here. Gascoigne dropped bridge key. So, let's pull back the wiki. How about while I look for this, we talk about how we need to support the wiki?
Yes.
Okay. Can you talk about the wiki while I look for this?
Yeah. Well, like we said earlier, people who run the wiki, well, it's math, and everybody who's involved put a lot of work into it. So it would be cool if we could all support it, because it doesn't run on ads and stuff. And we can do that by going to coffee.com/Mephistophia.
Correct.
And yeah. You were saying? Oh.
I'm just trying to find the right. I feel like I'm in like an ad that's like, we've got too much stock, but like, the problem with Bloodborne Wiki is we've got too much information. It's too useful.
It's true though. Yeah, there's a lot of info on it. A lot.
I'm just going to hope it's this one. Okay. So this is a thing about the alpha test. So this was the network test, and what happens is... people may remember this if you were interested in like following the development, that like this was the network test. It was like the Elden Ring network test that was just basically Limgrave up to just before Godric. And it had amygdala all over Yharnam. It had a lot of things in it that aren't in there anymore. And one of the it was basically just, you'd start at the clinic and you'd go up to the Cleric Beast. When you beat the Cleric Beast, that was the end of the test. But actually quite a few people figured out how to like do a bunch of really precise falls and jumps to get to Gascoigne. So you could fight this like kind of unfinished version of Gascoigne in it. Similar, actually, my partner Alison did the same thing in Elden Ring. And she figured out how to get out of bounds, and she uploaded. She was the person who discovered the bear.
What?
She got in. There was an article about her in Kotaku that she found. She found the bear in Elden Ring. She found out how to glitch through the site. These like barriers they put up in the network testing and explore further. And she found a bunch of bosses and like stuff that like we hadn't seen before. And she got quite a lot of attention for it. And then Bamco, DMCA'd her channel and she had to take it down. Yeah. But yeah, that was she'll always be the Amelia Earhart of Elden Ring. But yeah, you can see here's early Gascoigne. You can see he's saying Umbasa. And I'm pretty sure it's in here somewhere. Yeah, here we go. So that's when you beat Gascoigne. So initially, when Gascoigne was beaten, he would have dropped a weapon. I don't know what weapon it would have. Probably the Hunter Axe, because that's what he uses, I'm assuming. And yeah, that item at the top is called Great Bridge Key. So that thing there, that's the key. And we've looked at how that item works, and it's not, confusingly, it's not the Great Bridge. It's actually the big, the portcullis that the Hunter Chief emblem opens now. So it's basically the item that you can unlock by killing the Cleric Beast. Only this time Gascoigne would have dropped it.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically had you taken that route into Cathedral Ward, you would have been able to open the gate and go through. As if you take the Cleric Beast route through, you'd have to go through Old Yharnam. So you can see it has like a slightly more complicated map design in mind that they end up not going with.
Mm-hmm.
Is the alpha still playable? It definitely exists because it's being data mined. Actually, it is because I think my partner has this. My partner has the alpha on a PS4. You need a jailbroken console to do it, but yeah, you can still play it if you know what you're doing. And community suggestion. One's ROM is hiding the iceberg. That's cute. This iceberg only existed because Rom was defeated.
Oh.
And this is the Eldritch Truth that's going to send us mad. That was from Scholar of Corland. Oh, gone from Meph. Orphan of Kos form and its weapon are a perception of Gehrman. So yeah, okay, let's talk about that. That's Meph who runs the wiki. So none of this would be happening without her. Yeah, so, actually, I think data mining might be a better way of doing this. So, this is the confusing part, because some people, like, are unsure about what exactly Orphan of Kos is supposed to be. So, when Kos is killed, she hasn't given birth yet. And there's actually a tiny little baby Orphan of Kos in the game files that isn't used, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So what you're fighting when you fight Orphan of Kos is not actually what her child looked like. It's like the manifestation of like what that child went through. It's like a demonic version of the child.
Mm-hmm.
Because the child was never actually born. Like, this is, again, like, it's in there. Like, this is not, like, headcanon stuff. It's in there that this is what happened. It's just slightly confusingly laid out. Which is that the third chord that you get from your Sefka is the chord from the body of the Orphan of Kos. And if you listen to the people in the houses, they will say, like, specifically, mother is dead and her baby is taken. So, like, Orphan of Kos, like, died when Kos died, stayed as, like, a little, like, Ariana baby blob thing. It never grew into this. This is, like, a manifestation of its rage and its suffering. Like, over time, like, the spirit of the orphan has become this, in the same way that, like, presumably, like, you know, Ludwig was not actually a giant horse or something like that. I like the way when you fight Maria, she's in a state that she wouldn't have been in when she died. Because the whole thing about Maria is, like, she throws away the Rakuyo, she stops being a hunter, she starts being, like, the lady who cares for people in the hall. And yet when you fight her, she's that person again. So what you're running into the nightmare is not actually what these people were necessarily like. So this is Orphan of Kos. Now, you notice Orphan of Kos has a big scythe weapon, like Gehrman. That's actually, that's its placenta, presumably. Like, you can see it connects to its stomach. It goes around like that. So its placenta is its weapon. But it has a blade. So the way that, like, we've always looked at this, and also it has a handle. Like, its placenta literally has a handle, which it really shouldn't have. So, like, the idea is because Gehrman is presumably the one that killed Kos, and Gehrman is the one who the crying of the orphan is, like, keeping awake at night and, like, cursing him and everything. That on some level it's taken a form that, like, resembles Gehrman, because Gehrman's the one who killed it.
Yeah.
And you can see it's, like, this very old, tall, thin man with this, like, scythe-like weapon. So that's kind of how we always took that. Yeah, okay. So, let's put this back. Where do you reckon we'll put this? It's like not, you don't need data mining for it, so I reckon maybe up here somewhere. I reckon let's have like,
like around Snuffles.
Kos is modelled. Hang on, form of Orphan of Kos. In the same way that like the winter lanterns are, like, based on the doll, but they're not the doll.
Mm-hmm.
They're based on, like, you can tell that they're coming from what happened to Maria.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's I think they're using that with the Elden Ring DLC, where it's like, if we put everything in a weird dream world, it doesn't have to make sense anymore. Like, it doesn't have to make rational sense. We can just say, oh, it's happening because, like, someone thought something or someone felt something and now it's happened. And that's kind of why the Hunter's Nightmare is so cohesive, I think, even though it's not. Yeah, it is. It is. They should do this more often. They should just do Silent Hill from now on. Yeah.
Yes.
So back here. Slug Princess. I can put Slug Princess down here. I do like Slug Princess. Slug Princess is cool. Slug Princess is like goals. Where is she? Come on. Don't tell me she's not down here. There she is. Loading. Come on. There we go. So this is the Slug Princess. She is an NPC, and it's totally unclear what she was supposed to do, or really anything about her, other than what she looks like. She has animations. They don't really do anything. She has these associated... There's an associated sound of her crying. She makes a sort of weeping noise, and you can hear... See, she's got... You can see she's got chains on her feet. There we go. So there's chains on her feet. You can hear those. So she has these sounds of, like, the chains dragging and this sort of weeping noise. She has an attack where she'll sort of, like sort of shove you. But it's not clear like what map she was designed for. It's not really clear what her role in the story was. I guess in a sense she's kind of reminiscent, obviously, of the Snail Women from the Hamlet and obviously of Kos, but there's also the way that like King Allant in Demon Souls, like he's reduced to this like slug toad form and he's like dragging himself around. So I wonder if it's heading to something like that. We'll never know. Interesting thing is I can't... Oh, can I show this off? I think I can show this off. I'm going to go rogue. Hang on. Where did I put it? I just realized I deleted it when I deleted the iceberg. Okay, never mind. You'll have to take my word for this. Open you.
Okay.
Okay. That blindfold is a separate... That's not like part of her face. That's actually a separate object. And you can actually remove the blindfold if you look at her in a model viewer. And if you do that, you can see that like one of her eyes is like kind of rotted and bleeding out in the same way that the blood drunk hunter eyes are. I'm gonna see... I must have saved this somewhere. Hang on. I don't know if I'll be able to find it in time. Basically, you'll just have to... Oh, I found it. Okay, never mind. There she is. That is the Slug Princess without the blindfold. So I'm guessing like she could have had like a separate eyeball model in there maybe, but one of her eyes has like gone gooey and it's kind of leaking out. And the thing about her is like she everything in the game has a model ID, and the ID is roughly consistent with when they added it to the game. And she's really, really early on. Like, she's one of the earliest models they added, and she's not finished. It's never clear what she did. But, yeah, that's Slug Princess. There is Slug Princess dialogue. Hang on. Do I have it? Is the question. Is she on here? No, okay, hang on. No, I don't. Basically, she has audio dialogue. Hang on. Fuck it, it must be here somewhere. Dialogue reference. Here we are, good. Slug Princess Unused. Okay. Yeah, so incoherent chanting in made-up language. She has dialogue that is, it's not in, it sounds Latin, but it's not. It's like a made-up language that is supposed to sound vaguely Latin, but it's not. And consequently, it can't be written down. But from, like, I've heard it. I don't have the file with me, it's somewhere else. But it's like, Pharos Nox, es Agus Nox, Clon Cloquis Han Fangoch Pharos Nox. So it's like some... I mentioned this in the other Iceberg. There was this, like, version of Hail the Nightmare that's not in Latin. It's in this, like, made-up kind of Lovecraftian guttural language that's sort of like Ayar Cthulhu and stuff. And I think that's what they were going for there. But yeah, she had this weird, like, prayer she would do. So she's there now. Slug Princess. Let's grab a sin contribution. You've got Letter of Blood.
Oh, yeah. So, at some point when I was looking through, like, Russian and French wikis for lore purposes, I noticed that the blood letter in French was translated as a letter of blood. So, like, you know, like a letter that you write on paper?
Yeah.
So, I don't know, I thought it was cute. It was, like, clearly a mistranslation, but a very cute one.
It is very cute. We'll put that up. We'll put that over there. I reckon that's cool. And in the community, so we've got, like, we've got someone who's written that they want to be on the Iceberg as the thing that's defending Kos. That's Olivia Online. We've got Miyazaki is from New Jersey. Hang on. Game was written in Jersey first. Game was written in Jersey first. I feel like if you're, like, a relatively recent member of, like, the Souls fandom, you probably think we're just going on, like, why can't you let the fucking written in English thing first go? And it's like, you don't understand how aggressive it actually was at the time.
It was very aggressive.
It was really aggressive. Like, there was, seriously, there was a guy on the Dark Souls 3 Reddit who was, he was a Japanese guy and he was living in the US. And he said, yeah, I've got the Japanese version of Dark Souls 3 and there's, like, I've been looking over it and there's some, like, interesting stuff in there about how they translated it and what all these things mean and everything. And he posted a big list on Reddit to just be helpful. And he literally got run off the Reddit. Like, he got abused so badly he had to leave. And that was fucking, like, 2016.
Yeah.
People were so aggressive about it. They were so insistent that there's no Japanese version of the script. It's all... Miyazaki apparently writes the entire thing in English and then gets it translated back into Japanese. And it's so ridiculous. But, like, people were so angry and so insistent on that.
Yeah, I think...
And they were also so...
It lasted a while, too.
Yeah, it lasted years. And they were also so angry and so insistent that nothing that had been cut from the game or was unused or anything should ever be talked about.
Yeah.
And then I don't know what happened, but, like, one day I just woke up and all anyone was talking about was Japanese translations and cut content, and that was suddenly really popular.
Yeah.
And it just, like, one day everyone just completely did a 180 without warning. And I feel sorry for all the people who were there beforehand. Because, like...
I feel sorry for us, because we got a lot of hate.
We got a lot of hate, but we're still here. Like, there are people who literally left. They're just like, I can't take this anymore, because I... Like, it was a situation where, like, a Japanese man was being called a weeaboo. For suggesting that, like, yeah, there's, like, some stuff in here that doesn't, like, really translate well. But yeah, it was ridiculous. I'm still quite angry about how people were treated back then. Chapel Dweller is an enemy. Put you over here.
Oh.
So, the Chapel Dweller is... you might have looked at the Chapel Dweller and been like, it's kind of weird. So, one of the things about the Chapel Dweller is he is kind of like Queen Killer. He is an enemy. Initially, he started off the game as an enemy character that they then kind of just changed the team to. Like, they just turn his AI off and make him non-hostile. And that's why he looks so much like a monster. I think he's on the data mining page. And it's like a beautiful moment of sort of serendipity, because Erden Chapel's got all the urns in it, and he's talking about how all the incense from the urns is masking your smell, and it's keeping the beasts away. And he's got a big urn around his neck. But if we go down here and we look at what he used to look like... My apologies for this gigantic page. He actually used to have... He still had... You can't really see it properly here, but he had that urn around his neck. He's called Demon Fanatic. It's not showing up greatly, but he still has the urn around his neck. And the reason he has that urn around his neck is that he would be able to throw oil at you. Mm-hmm. So he would attack by throwing oil, and then presumably like he'd attack with fire or something, and the oil would make the fire do more damage. And you can see like, he's got this staff. He doesn't have that anymore. But yeah, Chapel Dweller starts off as an enemy, and actually if you're playing the game in a randomizer or something, an enemy randomizer, it will actually randomize the Chapel Dweller because the game still considers him an enemy. So, Sin Edition is... You've got Moon Presence Vor.
Yeah,
I know what this is, so I'm going to put it down here. It's not quite Sinclair tier.
It was like there's unused dialogue that suggests that the moon presence physically or metaphorically would consume certain people, but at the same time, the moon presence we get seems to be a little bit exploded, like somebody got out of her after she consumed someone.
Yeah, so this is an interesting... This is one of those, like... There's only circumstantial proof.
Evidence?
But it's
yeah, but
sort
people
of...
get convicted for murder on circumstantial evidence, Sophie.
Yeah, I know.
So it's legit.
Okay, so... so I want to pull up Moon Presence. Art of Bloodborne. Oh yeah, if you're ever looking for Bloodborne concept art, we've got all of it. Is it this one? So you'll notice that, like, there's artwork of the Moon Presence. I'm zooming in the wrong way. There's artwork of the Moon Presence where she's got an intact torso. It's also covered in messengers, but, like, she's got this intact torso. She doesn't have, like, the massive, like, thing you have there. See, there, like, her insides have been blown out. But there's also artwork of her where that's not happening. She just has a complete body. And also, if you look at... Where did she go? I'm gonna get fucking RSI by the end of this one. Scrolling. Here we go. This is the unused, like, alternate form of the Moon Presence, and you can see she doesn't have, like, a back anymore. Like, she's just the torso, arms, and head. So it's like there's actually 3 stages to that, where you've got an intact Moon Presence, and then the moon presence who's had her abdomen destroyed, and then another moon presence where she's just fallen in half and she's lost the bottom half of her body. So that always struck us, and then we looked at this Unused Gherman dialogue, and he says, talking about Flora, he says, Flora will return from the moon. You and I will fight to the death, and she will consume the victor. And that made us go, oh, hang on. Like, is what was planned that you would actually somehow be consumed by the moon presence? Like, if you look at the cutscene right now, she almost kind of does it. She wraps herself around you. Was that going to happen? And then you would somehow, like, you kind of do that now. You sort of explode when she touches you. You'd, like, burst out or something. And that, because she's wrapped around you, that would be like a grenade going off and it'd just blow her body to pieces. And that's why the version you're fighting would have this, like, damaged abdomen, and then phase 2 would be like she just falls in half exactly like Lawrence does. Mm-hmm. So that's where the, like, the moon presence Vor thing comes from.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the community has big moon energy.
Good job, community.
Do you want to explain big moon energy?
Well, you know, when you go to... Oh my god, the name escapes me, with all the lumen flowers.
Lumen flower gardens.
Lumen flower gardens, yes. You see a bunch of celestials there. I think, you know, like the boss, chilling. Mm-hmm. And what they're doing is they're actually milking the seeds mm-hmm. of the lumen woods mm-hmm. to create an energy drink mm-hmm. called Big Moon Energy.
Yeah, and that is canon. That is canon. We discovered that, yeah.
Well, in one of our conversations.
Yeah. The thing is, like, often the things we discover in our conversations, the logic that it takes to get there isn't any worse than quite a lot of significantly more popular channels who people take seriously. It's just that when we do it, the place we end up with is patently ridiculous. But I feel like your Slavic vibes-based reasoning could be harnessed to create things people might actually watch. So back to me. I'm going to start trying to fill out the bottom ones now. So getting something really, really... Okay. How about... Oh, NPC Gilbert. So I've talked a lot about overly complex projects I've worked on for this wiki, along with Meth. So let's put the little ad up while we go to sort this out. Yeah. So one thing that Meth and I often wondered is, what does Beast Gilbert look like if you're a summon? Mm-hmm. Now, you might think, well, that'd be easy to figure out, but the problem is that Gilbert as a beast only spawns, we discovered this, if the player hunter is near his house. So if you spawn as a cooperator or an adversary in Yharnam, Gilbert will not appear. The other hunter... So I'll start this part again. Okay, this is the confusing part, right? You'd think, like, can Gilbert be an NPC from a player's point of view is like a question that it seems easy to answer, and then the more you think about it, it gets more and more confusing. So, Gilbert, if you are... I'm on the Gilbert page now. If you are a cooperator, he will appear as an NPC, like, shaded character. So, like, when you see NPCs in Bloodborne and you're a summon, in order to stop you being able to hurt them, they look like that. Right. We wanted to see if Gilbert did this as well, And no joke, this single PNG file took an entire weekend to get. Because if you summon someone as an adversary in Central, you have to be able to summon someone in Central Yharnam after the Red Moon, which means you can't kill the Cleric Beast. So that was the first thing we had to do. We had to get to the Red Moon without killing the Cleric Beast. Then you have to summon someone, but you can't summon them as an adversary. Because if you summon someone as an adversary, Gilbert just doesn't show up. He's completely invisible. So we had to figure out how to summon someone as a cooperator. But if you summon someone as a cooperator, Gilbert just attacks them and you can't get this image. So there's this really long process, and you only get one shot at it because once Gilbert's dead, he's dead, and you have to do the whole game again. And that actually happened to us. Like, we got there, and then we finally get NPC Gilbert. And then we didn't realize that Gilbert is also hostile toward and attacked by other enemies on the map. So Gilbert ran out that gate, and you know how there's just a guy standing behind that gate? That guy killed Gilbert. And we had to do the whole thing again. And I remember that happened, and Meph just texted me, fuck. It was a horrible, horrible experience. And all of it just led to this single JPEG of NPC shaded Gilbert that is basically impossible to see unless you follow a series of hyper-precise steps, and you'll be able to see this for like a few seconds before he goes hostile and tries to kill you. The other problem that we ran into is like, if you're a cooperator and you run up there, Gilbert just won't spawn. Mm-hmm. It has to be the actual player has to be there to make Gilbert appear, and then Gilbert has to not attack anyone, and it's just like, God, it was painful. But anyway, that's what Gilbert looks like as an NPC. Yeah. Gilbert also will not drop a blood dreg if the corruption rune is equipped. Oh no, we know we can save scum with PS Plus. It's just like the amount of like effort it took to do that was just hideous. Anyway, on your Iceberg, you've got map inside Doll's Brooch. That's kind of what we showed off with the EV maps.
Yeah.
Oh, this is interesting. This is Russian.
Yeah.
Bayu Bayushki Baku. Baki.
Bayu. Oh, yeah.
Bayu. Bayu Bayushki
Bayu.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bayu Bayushki Bayu is like a Russian lullaby that, I don't know, I guess you sing to kids. I feel like my mom sang it to me when I was younger. And, basically, you know how you may find the doll doing certain things when you go back to the dream, like the doll in Gehrman, they're in different places, they're doing different things. One of the things that you can find the doll doing is that she's humming, I think she's like dozing off and humming Bayu Bayushki Bayu, the lullaby. The interesting thing is like the lyrics of the lullaby talk about how, you know, like telling the kid, I guess, that you're singing it to, you shouldn't sleep on the edge of the bed because a gray little wolf will come if you sleep there and bite you on your side and then take you to the forest. So,
yeah,
you know, and there's a lot of wolves in Bloodborne, so I thought it was cute.
Here she is. Yeah, and it's interesting that they actually went through and recorded that for all the different voice actors, even though it's basically unused. There is a specific, like, set of circumstances that you need to make her do that lullaby. Well, Lance and I testing this. Here we go. It's removed after 1.0. Behavior is entirely random. Okay, you have to be playing on version 1.0 of the game. So you will not be able to do this unless you have, like, a version of Bloodborne that came out, like, before the Old Hunters and it's not patched. And there's a 1% chance when you go there that she'll do that when you talk to her.
Did they remove it because they were afraid of getting copyright strike by person?
There's apparently a way to do it if you wait for her to do the thing on 1.0, quit the game in the middle of the lullaby, and then go back and then patch the game. It'll overwrite something, and you'll be able to get her to do the prayer in the patched version. So I reckon that sounds goddamn overcomplicated. Let's put it at NPC. That sounds NPC Gilbert level. So how do you spell it? How do you spell Bayo in English?
In English? Oh, let me see.
Because this is how you've written it.
I think, yeah, because I wrote this in, like, phone, and it, like, half the stuff was just, like, auto-corrected.
That's what you've written.
I put it in the Discord.
I'll fix it up later. We'll go to someone else. We've got save. So Macabre suggests saving the corpse in Ludwig's room. But we did that on the regular Iceberg. But then Macabre's got cut content things that we've talked about. Macabre's just got, like, cut content things, just sort of what we're doing. Let's hang on. Okay, this will be the Macabre one. This will be data mined items. Data mined item IDs. Hang on, data mined items. So there's quite a lot of these unused items in the game. The one that people are probably most familiar with is called the Living Livers, which we talked about a little bit before. So they are the equivalent of, like, boss souls. Go find them. Here we go. They got their own page. So these are the Living Livers. What would happen is you'd beat a boss, and then it would drop its liver. It's not clear of, like, what that would be, if it would be an actual liver. They were never translated into English, so it's just written down living liver in Japanese. Who knows what they were? And the interesting thing is, when you looked at them, the translation actually said soul. So the item is called Living Liver, but when you look at it, it's called the soul. So it's like Living Liver of Father Gascoigne, but then the item description would be the soul of Father Gascoigne. Mm-hmm. It's not clear if they, like, became anything. Like, I don't know if there was an option to make them into weapons, like there usually is in the Souls games. So you can see, like, a bunch of old names here. Like, we brought up Saint Laura before. This is interesting. Kos is called the illegitimate child of the moon, and I'm pretty sure illegitimate is would be otoshko, which is the word that becomes orphan. So
Sorry.
It would, what?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Look in the chat. Look at who's in the chat.
Oh my god, Miyazaki's here.
God.
What are you doing? Oh my god, thank you.
Oh, it's an honor, sir.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Oh my god. Oh, it's so good. It's so good.
Brava.
Thank you so much, Mr. Miyazaki. Can you give us any spoilers for the new Elden Ring DLC?
Oh my god. Okay, I apologize.
No, never apologize for bringing Miyazaki to my attention.
Reading all of Miyazaki's post and Jersey Miyazaki.
See, and this proves it's not me, because I'm talking now and I'm doing the iceberg.
Yeah.
So if it were me the whole time, how am I doing this? Exactly. Proven.
Exactly.
Yeah. So there's some old names here. We've got illegitimate child of the moons probably would have been like Orphan of the Moon, following the Orphan of Kos thing. We've also got it also contains the ones for the Chalice Dungeon. So we have there's the Follower of the Flame of Destruction, who I think is Gatekeeper of the Old Lords. The bell-ringing women were called the Wandering Widows at one point. There's a cool one that's they call the Winter Lanterns the Failed to be a Messenger. Whatever that means. There's all these interesting names that kind of suggest things but maybe don't. And we've got the Queen Yharnam is just called the Dungeon Dweller's Bride, because this is before she was Queen Yharnam. There's reference to the moon presence being in the dungeons there. And it's called the successor of Ebrietas, which is interesting, whatever the hell that means. It means Ebrietas is... maybe the moon presence was Ebrietas' parent or something? Or child? I don't know. Because you've got Kos is the child of the moon. And then you've got the moon presence is the successor of Ebrietas. So, there's all sorts of things you can do with that. Mesmerist Ludwig reincarnated. We're getting all the facts here.
Amazing.
Lady Maria's casket being in the boss arena. I think that's a reference to this is Noka folk. Lady Maria's casket in the boss arena, I think, is a reference to the
the yellow or whatever casket.
When you're going up into the clock face. But Noka folks also suggested Great One Beast, so I reckon we'll put Great One Beast on. Because Great One Beast is kind of easier to show off, so I reckon Great One Beast can go. So let's find Great One Beast.
That's so ironic, because it's a great one, and it's a beast.
Try to find some good shots of it.
Sophie, that irony shocked me so much. I've been coughing nonstop.
Oh no.
I choked on some air.
So this is Great One Beast. It's an unused boss. It's also unfinished. If you look at it, the textures are not really done. But yeah, this is a Chalice Dungeon boss they didn't end up using. I think it probably fitted with an earlier version of the story, because something like this, I don't know to what degree it would fit into the version we have now, because it sort of looks like that concept became the watchdog of the Old Lords, the sort of multi-eyed beast thing. But it doesn't look like any of the beasts that we sort of encounter. It looks to it's got all this sort of eldritch power in it, which we don't really see now. Oh, there he is! There's Snuffles. Yeah. So someone, I think it was Foxy. I'm not going to say it was absolutely Foxy because I can't remember. Someone actually got this thing up and running, and they replaced its moveset IDs with Orphan of Kos's, and they made it actually playable. Is there a Restore Great One Beast? I don't know if we wrote about it, but it was definitely it's sort of patched together and working again. So let's go back to the Iceberg. Yeah, okay, we're going to focus on, like, really, really obtuse shit now. Because I think we're filling and we're going for 3 hours. So, let's go down here. Micolash is in the Bergenworth flashback.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah.
So, in the Bergenworth flashback, you never actually see Lawrence. You see from Lawrence's point of view, but you don't see Lawrence themselves. So, you might be wondering, who is it in Bergenworth? The answer is, it's Micolash. Micolash is actually... Yeah, Micolash is in Bergenworth. That's the cutscene. This is Lance using free cam. So that's the cutscene. That's Willam doing his line, and it's Micolash. Micolash is there, and Micolash is basically the stand-in for Lawrence in that scene. And...
So creepy.
yeah, so this gets way weirder, actually, the more you look into it, because... if we go into the draft dialogues... there's an alt Bergenworth flashback. Okay. So it's the unused Bergenworth flashback, and in it, this is interesting. He says, "Lawrence, I've come to bid you farewell." So at that point, Lawrence is presumably the name of Willam.
Yeah.
So instead of Master Willam, it's Lawrence, I come to bid you farewell, and then it's like, oh yes, another betrayal. You're stubborn, but I'll never forget our adage. If you seek, and in that one, it's the adage is, if you seek the wisdom of the eye, you must always fear the blood, which is slightly different. But then, as that character who's addressed Lawrence is leaving, the Lawrence character says, "Fear it, Ashton." But Ashton is like, but that's like Micolash, Ashton, right? There's a connection there, and you might think, well, this is okay. You're stretching it.
Michelashton, yeah.
There's an unused version of Michelash's dialogue where he's basically talking like he's the one who found, like he discovered the church.
Okay.
So this is interesting. He says, this was never recorded, but it was written. And it's like, how do you do? I'm the Healing Church's ... leader. So there's like a pause, which to me is saying he's making shit up. It's like, I'm the Healing Church's leader. My name is Micolash. Father Herbert was in a terrible state, but you saved him. I will thank you in his stead. So this is after you kill Cleric Beast.
Okay.
Yeah. And then he says, I can tell you one thing, seek out the old college. Head west of the plaza through the forest of snakes, blah, blah, blah. There you'll find the old abandoned college, and knowledge you seek will be there. So this is still Micolash. Like, if you go down here, he's literally doing the, like, grant us eyes, I am in the nightmare, Kos, or some say Cosm stuff. So it's fundamentally, like, the same guy. But they basically, there's this extra stuff at the start where he's acting like he's pretending to be head of the Healing Church, and he's desperate to get you to go to Bergenworth. And if you look into that, it's written pretty much like Big Hat Logan. Where the way that in Dark Souls, Big Hat Logan's like, I need you to go and I want access to Seath's library, and then once you beat Seath and secure the library, Logan goes insane. This looks like it's the same thing, where he's like, I need you to go and secure, he calls it the old college. Secure the old college. And then after that, all his dialogue is like him going like, I don't know what's happening, like I can't sleep, look into my eyes, I can hear things. And then he starts doing the like Kos, or some say Cosm, let's talk about it, like, you know, he basically does the like, you know, chattering into the wee small hours on beautiful nightmare stuff.
looks like Mikolash, right?
It's literally Mikolash, but it's like in this one, it's like instead of starting insane, he starts as someone who's asking you to get the Eldritch Knowledge, and then you watch him go insane and become the version that we know from the boss fight. And this is also the fucking... He says, Rom, the upside-down fool. Right. Oh. Which connects to this whole upside-down Bergenworth thing. That's going to be its own part of the iceberg when we're done. So... I reckon we can also... That will add... We'll put Mikolash NPC. What have you got? You've got... So you've got Big Moon Energy as well.
Oh yeah, nice.
You've got stuff about Call Beyond, so I reckon what we can do with that is we can make that into unused magic menu. So, way before the game was just, okay, you've got Quicksilver Bullets and you've got Hunter Tools, go for it. There was an actual magic menu, like you get in the standard Souls games. And each spell was, it just had a set number of uses. Here we go. So yeah, this is the magic menu. It's using placeholder icons, but those are spells, and they have a set number of uses. Like you've got 21 of whatever, that's Augur of Ebrietas, so you just get 21 Augur of Ebrietas. That's like a Call Beyond. This is an older version of a Call Beyond that uses slightly different. It's sort of like, instead of exploding outward, it's like that Fire Pillar Pyromancy attack from Dark Souls, where it just kind of erupts out of the ground randomly around you. So it's that. And then you go like, this is the old version of Beast Roar. So instead of being a Beast Roar, it's just like a weird barrier you put up around yourself. And like this is, that's like the Choir Bell, that's the... Actually, I'll show you this. This is really cool. This is the old effect for the old Hunter's Bone that's red. So this is what old Hunter's Bone used to look like. It's this like red mist instead of the grey one. But yeah, this was just, it was just a magic menu. And like there's, you don't get it from the top, sorry. You have like an attack that shoots messengers out. This is the messenger's gift item, and it turns you into this little messenger that's not quite finished, and if you look at it from the back it sort of goes weird. But yeah, that is the old straight up magic menu from like a Souls game. Yeah. So, Smugly's suggested blood tendency.
Oh!
I think that needs to be... That needs to be in a bigger font.
That got a reaction out of me, I apologize.
That needs to be in a bigger font. Can you explain blood tendency, Sen?
I don't think anybody can explain blood tendency, if I'm being honest.
The guy who wrote the post could barely explain blood tendency. It's on my desktop somewhere as stupidest post ever .text. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna try looking for it. So basically, do you want to actually? We'll put the Bloodborne wiki ad up for a bit while I look for this. So basically, there was a guy who posted about a theory he had called blood tendency. Sin, can you help explain blood tendency to people?
Um, was it like he noticed that the sky was a little different depending on when he looked at it, or did he hear bells? Was that a different
Okay,
guy that
so
was trying to count the bells?
I'll give you the simplified version of blood tendency because the post is actually
Okay,
incredibly
okay.
long. Okay, so blood tendency was a theory from a guy on the Bloodborne subreddit who has since left, and then he joined another Reddit and was banned. And he had this theory that there was a hidden mechanic in Bloodborne called blood tendency. And what happened with blood tendency is it didn't show up on the UI, but you could tell what your blood tendency was by looking at the sky in the hunter's dream and seeing how light it was. Sometimes it would be lighter and sometimes it would be darker, and this would determine your blood tendency. And the way that blood tendency was changed was that if you heard a church bell ringing in Cathedral Ward, that made the blood tendency go up. But if you got hit by a snatcher, just a snatcher, not other enemies, that made the blood tendency go down. He was convinced that this would lead to what he claimed was the fourth ending. And he basically said he had been playing the game non-stop for 36 hours testing his blood tendency theory, and then he went to stream it. So this stream was just this guy running from one end of Cathedral Ward to the other, going like, okay, so I just got a bell noise. We farmed the bell sound, so the blood tendency's gone up. And then he'd run back and get hit by a snatcher and go, taking some damage, the blood tendency's going to go down now. And then he'd occasionally go to the hunter's dream and be like, you can see the sky is slightly brighter. And we all showed up in that stream to watch, and it did not go well for him. And I can't remember if it was Sin or someone else, but someone said, like, when are you going to use strength on the carriage to get Mew? And it was a total mess. And the guy who did it, he kept posting these like weird theories in the subreddits and in the discords and everything. And eventually there just had to be this like blanket, we're not listening to this guy anymore. Like, don't necessarily ban him, but just everyone just mute him because he's just rambling constantly. The actual blood tendency post was like in several screens of text that ended with like, the door is open. And he claimed that like he discovered all of these things and no one knew who he was. It was God. Anyway, that's blood tendency. We'll do a reading of blood tendency next time.
The reading of...
Do I? I must have it somewhere. We'll find it at some point because I'm just going through everything I have to make this. Alright, so... Oh, hang on, okay. I reckon this is not super... This is not quite NPC Gilbert tier.
Sophie, Alhazir just said the door is open and it's just the Brutus going, ooh.
That is the true fourth ending of the game. This can be...
Every time you post on Reddit, your blood tendency goes.
Yes, it's that shit. Pile follows blood cocktails. So this, not a lot of people know this. Because barely any bosses react to blood cocktails apart from the blood-starved beast. But Dark Beast Pile...
I'm so sorry.
What?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Jersey me, like you just said. That man's name, Yuit Anamura.
This is revenge. So God Miyazaki's a member of the channel now. Pile follows blood cocktails is a mechanic a lot of people don't know about because pretty much no bosses other than the blood-starved beast really follow them. And it's weird that it's not the cleric beast, it's not Amelia, not the Abhorrent Beast, but for some reason Dark Beast Pile will follow them. But that's not all we're doing for cocktails, because let's go all the way down. Patches. follows blood cocktails.
Ooh.
This was a discovery by Trin. And basically, like, a lot of people don't even realize you can aggro Patches. Because he has so few hit points that pretty much any damage by the time you meet him will kill him. Like, in one hit. But Trin was just, like, I think just fucking around to see what would happen. Aggroed Patches with, like, unarmed attacks, so he wasn't dead. And he starts attacking you, and he follows you around the lecture hall like a regular enemy. And then she's like, I wonder what'll happen if I throw a pungent blood cocktail, and she did. And Patches followed the blood cocktail.
Oh.
So there is a single incredibly obscure interaction which allows Patches to follow pungent blood cocktails.
Very cool.
What else have you got? You've got Suspicious Beggar is eating NPCs.
Oh yeah. Well, what I don't remember exactly. But like, you know, the people he's eating?
Yeah.
At some point, I think they were NPCs or something. Or
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Okay. So this is actually like, this is like super low. So it's like, yeah. So this is like, I thought you just meant the people who were under him, but no. There's actually, like, NPC entries in, like, the table for the people the Suspicious Beggar is eating. Which makes me wonder if, like, one idea was you'd encounter them already fighting. Or something like that. To move it down, because it's like, I even forgot that existed. Let's move this down here. Cool. Yeah, that's good. I'll also put a bit higher up. Hang on. Suspicious Beggar. Beggar is a drug dealer for the Healing Church. Yeah, so I talked about this a little bit on the other one, but basically, if you look at where the beast blood pellets are in the game, they are pretty much, like, all found in Forbidden Woods and Old Yharnam. Like, there's some in the Nightmare of Mentis, but there's, like, a ton in Forbidden Woods. And the reason they're in Forbidden Woods is because the Suspicious Beggar's there and he's handing them out. Like, he's the guy that you meet there and talk to him. He's like, you want some beast blood? You want some beast blood? And it's one of those things that, like, it took a while to, I think, sort of register with people that that's what was going on. But it's like, yeah, the reason there's so much beast blood in Forbidden Woods is that there's a guy there literally handing it to people. And he's handing it to them because he's working for the Healing Church. And he's doing it in Forbidden Woods because Forbidden Woods is like the last place. It's not in Yharnam. It's a place you can find people who aren't infected. Actually, we can maybe change this to, like, Forbidden Woods as a control group. Okay. What's the community got here? Queen Yharnam is cooking chili on a stove. That's a sin tier.
Yeah.
Queen Yharnam's a stove. I don't know if I should be proud I've created things that have lasted or disturbed by this, but, like, every so often people will mention something to me and I'll have forgotten I said it. And I'm like, oh Christ, we did talk about that. That feels like an eternity ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I want to add... actually, let's go, hang on. Bloodletting Beast dialogue. Because someone in the community's got Lawrence's cut voice actor, and how sometimes Patch's voice lines play when you fight Bloodletting Beast. So, This is a super, super rare occurrence that people wrote off as a glitch. Like, it's just a glitch. We don't understand it for a long time. So, I don't have any footage of it. It's like a really rare interaction, so I don't have it. But it has happened. You can find it on YouTube. But basically, if you die to the headless, it has to be the headless bloodletting beast in the chalices. If you die to it, it sometimes plays Patch's dialogue as you're dying. As if the bloodletting beast is playing Patch's dialogue. And people just went, that's a weird glitch, and sort of moved on from it. And then as we looked further into it, it's like, why is it only the bloodletting beast doing that? Like, what? And then after all, it was like a combination of like multiple people working together. It was like Lance and Trin and I think Foxy. And we just sort of pulled what we knew, and we eventually realized that what it's doing is, it's not necessarily playing Patch's dialogue. What it's doing is it's looking for dialogue, like the game's looking for dialogue. So it says, when you die to the bloodletting beast, it's going to talk to you. We don't know what causes the glitch to make that happen, but it's like hard-coded into that boss, speak when the player dies. But because there's nothing in the Chalice dungeons that talks other than Patch's, the game just freaks out and plays Patch's dialogue because there's nothing else it can play. So that's unique specifically to the bloodletting beast. So, like, yeah, that does actually kind of confirm, as far as we can tell, that the bloodletting beast did actually have dialogue at one point. The other bosses don't, just that one. And it was going to talk, and the dialogue was deleted, but the trigger is still there, and it plays under some really, really specific circumstance we don't understand. And that also coincides with Lawrence has 2 voice actors. And the other voice actor that's not Daniel Fine, he's called Joe Sims. He's the voice of like the Yharnamites. He has like a much rougher, like kind of gruffer voice. He's the other Lawrence. And he never voices Lawrence in the game. But we're like, well, was Joe Sims the voice of like Beast Lawrence? Was it that? So that's this like really interesting, like, okay, so I've got this is in the chat. Can you explain the statue of Rom and the altar? Okay, so this is about the Wild Blood Queen. Let's go back to. It's got a little thing saying, got a new member, it's Hidetaka Miyazaki. So hang on, I'll show you. Actually, no. I'll do better. So, the Rom Altar of Despair thing, I actually want to put this down the bottom, because it's something that I talked about for a while, and it wasn't ever properly really documented, but let's look at it now. So it's Altar of Despair used to be under Bergenworth. You might think, what the fuck are you talking about? So, let's go. This is going to be a long one. So, let's go to our good friend, the Victoria and Albert exhibition. I just want to reiterate for people who weren't here, the last time we looked at this, this was an exhibition. It was called Design, Play, Disrupt. It had a bunch of Bloodborne in development stuff shown off at it, and our friends Astral Lace and Vodka Folly, who we've had on the show before, went there and they just took these photos of the stuff that was on display there. So this is the actual like in-game development stuff, and we now have this thanks to them. So this is an old but not very old map of Yharnam. It's like just been printed off a computer. You can see it's made, I think it's in like Google SketchUp or something, that shows how everything's connected. And there's the Grand Cathedral. You'll notice the Altar of Despair should be here, but it's not. There is Bergenworth. Now, we've talked about this a few times before, but basically, see, you can recognize that's Willam's place. Like, that's where you meet Willam. That's the lunarium, that's the study area. That's the lecture hall. So that's where you go when the amygdala grabs you. And then there's this weird structure that is underground. Well, okay, underground. I kind of like got ahead of myself here, but we're like, what is this? What is this? What is this doing here? And then the more that we looked into it, I was like, I looked at a collision map of the Altar of Despair much later on. That is the Altar of Despair. So that's where you come in. That's where you fight Ebrietas, and then there's that. So there is a little pathway that goes out of the Altar of Despair. But that's not there in the game anymore. That's just like, why is that there? So then we go to the art book. If you look in the art book for the Altar of Despair, there are stairs going up the back there. I think I have a higher res one somewhere. There's definitely a higher res one, but the point is... actually, let's grab it on here, sorry. Official artwork. Altar of Despair. What's this stupid fucking... The altar. There we go. It'll be a little easier to see. There's stairs going out from the altar. That's Rom's corpse. The stairs go up, right? And then, if you look at Bergenworth, where is it called? Subterranean Cave. No, I want the Subterranean Cave. No, where is it? Bergenworth, like Jubilee, it's somewhere. Christ, hang on, sorry about this. It's his, is it the back gate? God, sorry, it's one of these. Is it college? Ah! There it is. Okay. So, that's Bergenworth. Other little note you can actually see that's not a great Photoshop job. They've actually stuck that dome on later on. That's actually, as far as I can tell, that's the lecture hall. And they've moved that to the middle to make it look like it's where Willam is, and that was originally over somewhere else. We'll talk about that later. We go down here. You have, associated with Bergenworth, you have this cave. That's actually the cave that's under where Impostia Sefka is now. And that's the cave that you go down. But it's listed, like, with the Bergenworth stuff. So going all the way back to our map. Hang on. Actually, I can do it from here, sorry. So, basically, putting all that together, I was like, hang on, is Altar of Despair that little spot that's in Bergenworth? And then I just thought I'll overlay them. And that little pathway that comes out of the Altar of Despair, like, I made sure they were a consistent size. This hasn't, like, I didn't shrink this down so it would fit. Like, it's the exact same geometry. Like, it fits. It actually slots right into this little spot in the Forbidden Woods map, to the point where the little pathway is actually lining up with the edge of this empty zone over here. So this kind of makes it seem like, and I think this is what we'll... I think this is, like, again, it's circumstantial evidence, but I'm totally fine with saying, like, I think this is what happened. We'll probably never see it, but I'm pretty sure this is what happened. That. When they cut down Bergenworth, so, like, that's the original Bergenworth map. That's the lecture hall. They cut that out completely. Right now, that is just a lake. So they removed that, stuck it over there to make it the lecture hall. That becomes Bergenworth. And in this part here, I am fairly certain that is the cave area that you saw in that picture. It got cut up. Part of it got shoved at the back of the church to become the Altar of Despair, and then the rest got recycled as the caves that you go through to get to Impostia Sefka, because, again, this is getting a little more complicated. 2014. In the old build that map kind of coincides with, the path that you use to get to Forbidden Woods or Impostia Sefka is completely different. It's not finished because that map isn't attached to it, but it's like, yeah, they made another map at some point. You didn't go down a ladder into a cave. You took this down. That was a can, sorry. You didn't go, like, right now you go down the ladder and the grave goes to the cave. There's a bunch of stuff down there, and that's what you're seeing in that screen, in that concept art. And now it's this, and that, like, I don't know where that would have led to, but you can see that, like, they moved that around. So my stance on this is that, as far as I'm concerned, the reason the Altar of Despair isn't on those maps, there's a bunch of extra geometry on those maps, is that old geometry that became the Altar of Despair was originally under Bergenworth, and that's why Rom's corpse is there. Because Rom's always been associated with Bergenworth. Rom's actually, like, always called, like, boss of the, like, University Boss 2 or University Boss 1 or something. So I'm fairly sure that's why Rom has ended up there. So there you go. That's why it's on the very fucking bottom, because it's so confusing.
Thank you, Sophie.
Thank you, Sin. I've run out of your suggestions, Sin.
Oh, snap.
Yeah.
You know Queenly Blood?
Yeah.
The picture looks like human blood inflicted with venom. There's a suggestion.
Yeah. Okay. Where do you want to put that?
I don't know, whatever.
That's the spirit.
Thank you.
Just going through what other people have suggested. Gehrman was originally a model of another character. Okay, that's a good point. So I reckon that's... Put that on press kit level. I actually have to do the press kit, okay.
Oh, another suggestion could be that Marie used to be an NPC or whatever.
Yeah? Oh, that... Yeah, okay, we'll shut that. Okay. So this is... I'll find the art book to show you this, because it's one of those, like, I can't believe this was published things. So, hang on. Gehrman is made from other assets, so... Sorry about that. Official artworks. Now, I'm not one to, like, complain about people's perhaps shoddy Photoshop work. That is literally the in-game asset for the Burial Blade, with, like, a shear transform applied stuck into the hand of Gehrman. Like, if you zoom in, like, they are at completely different resolutions. They're completely different styles. Like, that's a drawing, like, of Gehrman. And then this becomes, like, it's the in-game asset that is then... It's not particularly... The more you look at it, the more wrong it looks. Yeah, so this... There's a weird thing about Gehrman, which is, like, when you encounter him in the boss fight, he starts off as the old man in the chair. And then he stands up out of the chair and he becomes the Gehrman boss, right? So he's just sort of like, what is that? And again, like we said, it's very fortunate they did it this way. That they can say, well, it's because, like, it's happening in the dream. So Gehrman's, like, going back to his prime to fight you again. And, like, that's totally, like... I'm not saying it doesn't make sense anymore. I'm saying, yeah, that's what it is now. But So in this question mark, I have like, was that supposed to happen? Like, what's the deal with this Gehrman guy? Also, like, the Gehrman character in the Hunter's Dream, like, there's a bunch of weird glitches that happen with him. Because he's not really... He's like the Chapel Dweller. He's like a character who is just made... He's like an asset on top of, like, a trigger that's like, you can talk to someone here. And as a result of that, like, sometimes Gehrman will move and the trigger will stay there. So you'll, like, load back into the Hunter's Dream and you'll hear Gehrman talking, but he won't be there. Because Gehrman and the thing that makes Gehrman talk are two completely different things. It's not actually, like, he's a fully interactive character. Other weird shit with Gehrman is, like, you can literally flame spray Gehrman and he just sort of goes, and fades away. Like, he doesn't really have animations or behave like he's being damaged. So the more we looked into it, the more we're like, this Gehrman guy doesn't make a great deal of sense. And then I was talking, there's the old checkpoint. I was talking to Lance and he's like, yeah, I've got this old version and Gehrman's not in it. The boss is, he said the boss was Gascoigne. Like, not literally Gascoigne, but like they were using Gascoigne as a placeholder for, like, the boss that would eventually be there. And kind of the more we looked into Gehrman, the more we're like, this guy is made out of bits of other boss. And, like, I showed you that, go back to draft dialogues, that character called Izzy. So Izzy is basically saying what Gehrman says to you now. He's the one who's like, you know, his story of the church, his story about Ludwig, his stuff about chalices is what Gehrman says now. So it's like all of this kind of got combined into one, this other character. And then we also have, I showed this dude off in the original Iceberg video we did, but scroll all the way down. Interestingly, one of the characters they don't have anymore is a guy with, like, a pole arm and a wooden leg. And you'll notice that when Gehrman's fighting you, like, half the time he's limping, like he has a wooden leg. The other half the time he's flying into the sky and, like, incredibly agile, and he's, like, flying between the two of them. And the more we looked into it, the more we're like, yeah, Gehrman's just made out of, like, all these other assets that they sort of didn't use for others, like this Frankensteined together, like, boss made from, like, who even knows at this point? And then, I'm pretty sure it's in here. Maybe it's not in there anymore. There's literally, Gehrman's set internally was called, like, the Dollmaker set or something. Hang on.
Oh.
Yeah, the armor wall. Hang on, what's Gehrman's set called? Yeah, that's called... He's called Gehrman in that, and then he's called Gehrman. But there's a reference to, like, the Dollmaker at one point. Oh, hang on, no, we're looking at, like, And yeah, like, if you notice Gehrman's set, like, the thing you get from beating Gehrman, it's not what Gehrman is wearing in the fight, it's what the wheelchair version of Gehrman is wearing. But it's also what the narrow-minded man is wearing. Like, if you look at that, like, that's technically what Gehrman is wearing with the hat added. It's like... It's... Yeah, he's just, like, this weird, like, Katamari Damacy ball of just, like, unused assets that sort of rolled and became the final boss. And what the thing in the chat is saying, in the note that we got is saying, is basically, like, the two Gehrmans have different faces. Like, it's not super obvious unless you look at them side by side in 3D. But, like, Wheelchair Gehrman and Boss Gehrman, like, they just look like different people if you remove the texture. So we're fairly sure there's just so much shit going around that just, like, Gehrman is, like, made out of all this other weird shit. But we love him anyway. We love him anyway. You said someone had a suggestion in the chat, Sin?
A Brutus? I don't know if it was in the chat or in this thing. Somebody said a Brutus.
Yep, there we go. Ibruitus was a great one that Sin summoned when trying to talk to me about Ibruitus while drunk. And talking about Ibruitus.
Brutus showed up though, so.
That's right, he did. Hello.
Hello.
Why are you specifically summoned Ibruitus? Ibruitus isn't here. It's the genesis of pretty much every single one of our characters is I was saying something to Sin to troll her during a recording, and then she's like, I love it. I get Halsey to make a character.
Oh my god, yes.
Okay. Ooh, we're filling it out pretty well. Okay, so someone's got Lawrence's cut voice. We've gotten that. I think we've actually done all the suggestions now.
I think most of them.
Yeah.
Oh, Marie and
Marie. Okay, do you want to talk about Marie as the NPC? Hang on. Maria.
It's kind of like what was it? The dancer from Dark Souls would also be an NPC at some point.
Oh yeah. Okay. So basically, this is just there's interactions with Lady Maria. We'll just go by Simon. This will be on the wiki. Let's go put it back. Actually, let's put this wonderful wiki awareness campaign up. So, if you're wondering, how do you know all this shit? It's because of the Bloodborne wiki. This is something that I'm relying on now. I've also written parts of it along with a lot of other people. Most of it is written by Meph, who also goes by Mephistophea. You'll notice that the wiki is not like a fandom wiki or a wiki. It's written entirely by Meph. She just sat down with a copy of Notepad and wrote the HTML herself. And yeah, as a result of that, like, there's no ads on the site. Like, it uses Google AdWords, I think, but you'll notice that this is the site. There's no like huge banner ads. There's no like sidebar where someone's streaming.
No,
what is it? Stellar Blade, the new like one that everyone's playing right now. None of that. And also, like, everything on it is vetted. Everything on it is like tested, so it's all accurate information. All the information's written by like actual contributors. It's not like a random person can leave stuff. Like, we will actually have to talk to Meth about what we're going to put up, and then it's got to be fact-checked, and there's a whole process involved. So this is all, like, all the information here is as accurate as we can possibly get it. And, yeah, here is Lady Maria. So that is the Lady Maria NPC. And basically, she'd talk to you in the chair. She'd basically say, hey, cool, thanks for dropping by, but you should do what Gehrman says and leave now. And she doesn't. And yeah, basically the choice then becomes either you can attack her and then the fight initiates as normal, or if you leave her and then you come back again, Simon has killed her. So it's kind of a way of making it not your fault that she dies. You can either kill yourself or get Simon to do it. But if you... and anyway, yeah, the Simon death is the state that you find her in now, where she's lying in the chair with the blood everywhere. And then she suddenly springs to life when you approach. That's was going to be how you found it with Simon.
Can you imagine playing a Bloodborne where friggin' Simon killed Maria?
I know.
That's so unrealistic.
I mean, he doesn't really kill her because she comes back to life.
Yeah, but I mean, just like, Simon can't do anything. So
do you think she's faking playing dead so Simon leaves her alone?
Yeah.
Because she knows he's so useless, he's just going to be killed in the hut.
Yeah, with his little sword that has a little string. Anyway. Yeah.
Oh, hang on, we've got the old Vile Blood Queen quest here. Let's add that.
Oh yeah, when she was also the doll.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Okay. We'll do Vile Blood Queen with dolls VA. So this is it's what it sounds like. There was an unused draft of Annalise's doll. She's not called Annalise, she's called the Valblood Queen, where she is voiced by Iveta Mradislava, who's the voice of the doll. And this, we were like, ooh, interesting, that like, there's a connection between the doll and the Valblood Queen because they have the same voice actor. And then, but then it turned out that in that version, the doll wasn't voiced by Iveta Mradislava. She was voiced by Lucy Briggs Owen, who is the voice of Adela. So, who's not in Elden Ring? Remember when we did our Elden Ring bingo and I just had Lucy Briggs Owen on it because she was like, she's like half the cast of Bloodborne.
Yeah. Maybe she needed a break.
One of my favourite serendipitous moments is I was channel surfing in the, like, quite late at night, and I changed the channel, and it was an episode of Doc Martin where the murderer was played by Lucy Briggs Owen, and she was a crazy priest.
Oh my god!
It's just Adela got her own spin-off. Let's get back to myself. Okay, here's a cool one. We need the press kit, because that's on the thing. Press kit. So, the press kit. This is the... I don't know what to call it. It's not the weirdest thing I've been through for that website, but, it's probably the longest single event. So, basically... when Bloodborne was being shown off to the press, they had a press kit. It was a little like, it's this thing. It's like a little, that's just, come back here. That's just cardboard. It's taking a while to load. Anyway, it's basically just like a really thick cardboard book cover with some leather straps on it. And inside it, there was this book, and then the book had, like, a thing cut out of it, and that had the CD in it with the demo of Bloodborne in it. Right? Mm-hmm. So, for a while, we didn't have this. Like, we knew it existed, but we didn't have it, and I was talking to Lance, and Lance said, I've got a copy. I'm like, oh, can we borrow that? And he said, basically, he said he had 2 copies of it. One was in good condition and one was about to fall apart. And if you ever tried to scan a book before, like, you'll know that the physical process of, like, pushing the book into the scanner, like, it will cause the spine to start fracturing. And it'll be quite, like, it's quite tough on the book. So I was like, alright, can we borrow the one that's about to fall apart? And then that way, like, if it does fall apart, like, you've still got the good one. He's like, yeah, alright. Because basically it was... he didn't mind because he already had a good one. But then it was like, it's really big. Like, that's quite a significant tome. And you can see, like, it's already... you can see, like, the spine is breaking, the cover's coming off already because it's quite old. I mean, it's not quite old, but it's quite old for a press kit. Because press kits only have to last for, like, the duration of the day that you're getting people hyped, and then they can fall apart again. So it's despite having, like, it looks nice, but it's much, much cheaper and shittier made than it gives the appearance of. So basically, we were like, it's gonna be quite expensive to post this thing. Based on the size of it and based on the fact that because it's falling apart, we would need to have, like, padding and stuff in the bag to stop the whole thing just turning into sawdust by the time it got to you. And it was, like, back and forth about, oh god, how are we going to do this? And then, the thing is, Lance and I live in the same state. So, the thing about the state that I live in is, as that single state, which is the second smallest state in the country, is larger than, like, Germany. It's still quite big because Australia takes up a whole continent. So, even though Lance lives in the same state as me, the journey to get that fucking press kit from him, we basically realized that, you know, it's feasible. It's feasible for you to get the train from where you live to Lance's place, pick up the press kit, and then get the train home again. But that would take, say, maybe 8 or 9 hours, like, as a round trip, if, like, discounting the time you spend with Lance. So basically, we just went, fuck it, this has to happen at some point. So I got the train to the city Lance lives in, which is about 4 hours away. Went to his house. I was there for about 15 minutes. I got the press kit, and then I just had to go back to the station and wait like another hour for the train back. Got the train back, and then like came home and scanned this. And by the time that like I'd done all that shit, it was like, I think I had left in the morning at about like 10 a.m. and I got back at something like 8 p.m. that night. And I had been on a train or standing at a station for that entire fucking day. But yeah, I took it home and I was able to scan it. And this is the press kit, and you can actually see in this, there's a bunch of stuff in here that's not in any of the official art book. It's like that, like there's those two, we know what those are, they're just Yharnam, but like there's not a shot of those. That's Yusefka's clinic. Look at art we don't normally see. It's taking a while to load. There we go. These are like all the unused guns. Like there's not that many firearms in Bloodborne, but here you can see there's like, they were playing with different designs. Some of these are actually fully modeled. Like they're in the game data. Like the models are there. You just can't equip them because they never made them work, but they were made. And like there's some really neat stuff in here. Like Ebrietas with a celestial worshipping her. Because it's like, oh yeah, that would sort of make sense maybe, but like they're kind of following Ebrietas. Like that interaction doesn't happen. Like there are celestials and Ebrietas in roughly the same spot, but you never encounter like a bunch of little celestials around Ebrietas. That's interesting. That's Simon. It's the old version of Simon. He was just called, I think he's just called Yharnam's Spy. But like, yeah, like this Simon set, the Butcher's set, all this other stuff, like that's in the base game. It just doesn't kind of get used. Yeah, exactly, Hugwolf. No one saw this before. So I had to go grab it, and there's like all this stuff in here. Like those are just renders from the game. It's not that interesting. That was cool. They showed you like how the bone structure of the rats worked. And these are just like, these are promo images we've seen before. This is cool. That's the Hunter's Dream. And that's the original, like the sort of default hunter before they settled on the guy in the black with like the winged helmet. The default hunter is actually in Dura's set. No, so it's the Charred Hunter set with Dura's cap. It's like that's sort of what, before it was, come back. Load. Before it's this guy, who's like the default hunter stand-in, it's this guy. With the sort of like the browny red looking longer coat and the wolf cap. And you can see they're actually sitting in the Hunter's Dream. That's where the memory altar is now. And they're sitting in a warp chair. Back when that's how you would transport around. It's like, damn. What else is there? This is the other thing. Okay. So firstly, got a bit of an issue with this, which is that it mentions Hidetaka Miyazaki, and at nowhere does it mention that he's from New Jersey. But most importantly, it's got this. And this is an image, like, we never see this in-game, but it's like the Hunter's Mark, like Bloodborne sort of brand of sacrifice thing with a moon overlaid over it. And it's like, what is this? Like, that never shows up again. It could just be a random asset, but like, was this like going to be like the logo at some point? Because you can see it's kind of like the Bloodborne logo that we have now. It's kind of like the Hunter's Mark, kind of like the brand of sacrifice, but they've got this crescent moon overlaid over it. So that's the press kit, and because the thing is so oh, hang on, that's the That's the review copy. That is just the version 1.00. So if you somehow bypass the review code thing, that just works like a regular 1.00 copy. It's nothing new on it. And it also came with this little notebook, little faux leather-bound notebook. Nothing in it. You can use it as a real notebook if you wanted to. But this is sort of the that's the big kind of cardboard case it came in. And because it's so fragile, and I don't want to have to go back to Morwell, I actually still have this. This is actually in my bedroom right now. I'm not going to show it because it's about to fall to pieces, but that's actually in my bookshelf still. So I have a falling apart Bloodborne press kit around. And yeah, there's just art in there that you can't get anywhere else. Press kit, artwork. What else?
But like I was going through Bloodborne-Wiki. There's like a lot of things that are interesting.
Hang on.
Like I would recommend people go check it out because it's like could be here for like days. Oh, hello?
Hello.
Can you still hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, my headphones are dying.
Okay. Do you have to go?
Oh. Yeah, my headphones died because we've been here for 4 hours.
That's true. Well, I mean, you put in a good showing. I reckon I'll just follow this through myself. Probably only got another half an hour or so to go.
All right, awesome.
You can. How about you watch? You can watch. You can watch.
I mean, I can still talk. I just have to mute, so
Okay.
you're not like echoed.
Okay, cool. So I want to look at. So I just typed a hunter has one leg in Canehurst art. So this is something that like I'm not sure where to put this because it was literally in front of. I sound like the blood tendency guy, but this was in front of our faces the whole time, and we just never noticed it. And I think I may have brought it up before. Here we go. So this is the official Canehurst art from the art book. And if we zoom way in, look at that. The hunter's got a fucking prosthetic leg. He's got a peg leg like Gehrman. And we never noticed because we never thought to zoom all the way in on the hunter before. But yeah, this is the player character with a prosthetic leg. And this is in the official art book that came with the game. So I am assuming, like, this whole Beasthood creeps up the right leg, you gotta have your leg amputated thing, that may have been something that happened to the player at some point. Like, you were gonna get like a, I don't know if it was, it's clearly like, because this is, as far as I can tell, the only image they do that in. Because if you look at any other image that shows the player, they don't have that leg. But yeah, very, very strange. This is another example of what I mean about like the art book, them sort of like fudging it a little bit. Like, look at that. Like, that's the bridge to Canehurst has just kind of been like, the castle and that tower are clearly like they're part of the same image, but then the more you look at that, the more you see like they've just used the shear tool to sort of make this fit, and those don't look like they're from another image, and they just kind of stuck them there. So yeah, but yeah, that Canehurst leg thing is really interesting to me. And we'll probably never get an answer, but it does look like AI art, you're right. Can't believe from a cancelled. Upside down Bergenworth. So we brought up, I can't really show off Upside Down Bergenworth, I can't really show it off is the problem, because we don't really have a functional version of it. But I mentioned this in the other Iceberg video, but basically there's a whole lot of references in the like internal stuff to an area called Upside Down Bergenworth. And we went back and forth on, like, is this an actual area, or did they call the underground part of Bergenworth Upside Down Bergenworth for some reason? Or we thought for a while maybe they just made an Upside Down Bergenworth to look at when you were fighting Rom, like you were looking at a reflection. But then, yeah, we found out that there actually are a bunch of Bergenworth assets that are internal. Like, as in they're inside Bergenworth. It's not something you'd use for, like, a distance model. And they're upside down. And the more we looked at Bergenworth, we're like, oh, actually, like, if you think about flipping this area, it sort of, like, would work if you flipped it. This is really weird. And then Elden Ring came out, and there was an upside down dungeon in that was very aesthetically similar to Bergenworth, and we're just like, yeah, probably. They probably, as far as I can tell, like, I don't know how far along it got, but they made some of it. There was an upside down Bergenworth. Let's click on this one. I think, yeah, we got to find, like, a happy medium between completely incomprehensible and stuff people might have seen before. Yeah, exactly. So kind of that's, like, you'll notice that the Bergenworth enemies, the slime people, they have, like, an upside down variant that can fall from the sky. And it's like, yeah, because you could flip it. And the more we look into it, the more we're like, damn, they actually had a plan. Let's go. There goes Wet Nurse Gargoyle. So this is an asset that I found when I was going through... one of my little tasks that I had was, like, I got every single, like, map object in the game, and I spent, like, probably a solid week just going through them one by one and writing down what they are. So this is big document that I made that's just like a chair, a ladder, another ladder, another ladder. But we did find some stuff we hadn't seen before. So I'll just put the ad up while I'm looking for it. So I don't think this actually is on the wiki yet. If you're wondering where all this weird information's coming from, it's coming from here. And if you're wondering, like, you know, if you can help out, basically the issue that the wiki has is that in order to kind of maintain the quality that it has, we can't run ads, we can't be hosted on, like, Fextra or Fandom or Wikia or something like that. It's got to be wholly independent, and to basically allow for control over what's on there, and consequently there's no ads running on it. So you notice if you look at that page, there's not, like, giant obnoxious like banner ads, there's not, like, this other shit going on. Like, it's just very sort of easy to read and easy to navigate, and that's because there's no ads. But unfortunately, you've kind of seen how much junk there is on that wiki. That's not cheap to host. So consequently, like, if you could possibly, like, kick meth, like, literally, like, $5 or $10 at coffee.com/MephistoPheya, that'll guarantee the thing can keep running, because we don't run ads. And we do, every year for Return to Yharnam, we do try to get people to donate a bit more, just to keep the thing running. So if anyone could maybe, if you have, like, some money floating around, like, it doesn't have a Patreon or anything, it just has a coffee, if you could just send meth, like, $5, that'd be really appreciated, and it'd help us keep running the wiki. So while I was saying that, I found it. Isn't it beautiful? So this is a gargoyle that is for Central Yharnam. And it's it looks kind of like Mogo's Wet Nurse. It also kind of looks like Left Shark, but it mostly looks from in the world of Bloodborne. It looks like Mogo's Wet Nurse. And yeah, it's just it's beautiful, but it looks like it was probably going to be like it has those long pole like the amygdala statues, so we're thinking maybe about putting it in the cathedral at some point, something like that. But it does look like a lamprey, yeah. Yeah, this sort of weird thing exists, and no one's really seen it, and no one really cares about it, but I just wanted to put it there because I think it's cute. Actually, we can go in. There's some other unused stuff. There's a very interesting model of a... I know it's easy to find this at the top. They actually did a full 3D model of a third chord. And this is never used. This is actually in the DLC. I checked where it was like located in terms of like what map it belongs to. And it belongs to the DLC, and it belongs to the Hunter's Nightmare area where Lawrence is. So I'm kind of wondering if, like, maybe prior to the Lawrence skull, there was an idea where, like, Lawrence is seeking the cord in the same way that Willam sought the cord, and it was going to be the cord rather than the skull, but, no, they don't use it. I guess while we're here, like, that's Koz's body, if you're ever curious. And, that's what Simple Gradia looks like, if you take her hat off. This is an unused enemy for the chalices. It just spits ghosts at you. And that's Mikolash. Actually, you know, because I thank you everyone for sticking around. I can show you some cool shit, some different stuff. This is quite a rare thing. Most people haven't seen it. So there's a version of the game where basically Mikolash is not dead. Like, he's not in his chair in Yahar'gul. He's like an active presence in the world. And what the people in Yahar'gul are around in their little like meditation chamber is actually this. And it's this statue of Ebrietas holding Rom. So this is the thing. It's a statue of Ebrietas holding Rom. But the more you look at it, the more you're like, this is really jank looking, because if you see, like, I'll zoom in a little bit. Like, it doesn't really look like a statue asset. It looks like they stuck the two models together. So, like, Rom is T-posing. So it's like Ebrietas holding a T-posing Rom. And this is obviously back when Rom had the long spider legs. But yeah, he's holding this, like, T-posing Rom. And I'm guessing, like, because in the game still the idea is like the encounter with Kos is what led to Rom ascending to becoming the spider, that this is maybe like symbolic of that. It's like that's when Ebrietas was Kos. It's like Rom is ascending, Rom is being touched by this great power that's transformed her into this thing, but like it's not like a statue necessarily. It's like just the Ebrietas model on a plinth with a T-posing Rom in her hands. And it's so weird. Did we get imagery of the Rom statue in the Mikolash room? This is what it is, True Connoisseur. This is what we were talking about. There's actually... is it still there? This is interesting. I want to find it. Map viewer. There's actually another version where it's also not Mikolash, but it's this, like... Oh, yeah, it would have been after Rom had been killed. Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's a statue. Because I don't know what else... It looks like a placeholder for a statue they're going to make later on. Where's your Huggle? Oh, yeah. Is there a shot of it? Damn it, there isn't. So basically, there's also another version where in place of where Mikolash is now, there's, you know, those... When you're in the Nightmare Frontier... Sorry, Nightmare of Mensis, there's these rocks that are made of skulls. It's one of those, and they're, like, praying to it. I guess kind of like the tonsil stone. I'm not 100% sure. Oh, hang on, actually. Here we are. I also brought this up a few times, but like if you're wondering about the those prison cages in Nightmare of Mensis, you can see there they actually had these like weird blobs of flesh in them at one point that are just like pulsating, and they're still in the map viewer. They just turn them off. I think the idea is like they're like Mensis scholars who sort of, they did a ROM, like they became enlightened, but it sort of just turned them into a weird blob of protoplasm. Are there other examples of non-repurposed placeholder assets? I don't really know. Like, there's a lot of if you look at a lot of the cutscenes, like in a model viewer, they don't really... A lot of them don't particularly work. They cheat with cameras a lot. Actually, here's an example of placeholder assets is the corpses. Because there's actually quite a lot of different corpses in earlier versions of the game, and then it ends up just being like one generic corpse for all Healing Church and all Vile Bloods, which is confusing. This is cool. Okay. So this is when you're in Yahar'gul. If you're in Yahar'gul and you look outward from where the Amygdala statue, the Amygdala cathedral place where you get grabbed by Patches is, it's actually this. Like, there's enemies out there that don't load, and that's like the old Yahar'gul map. Because it used to be like like Yahar'gul was its own map. It wasn't actually connected in the same way. So there's all this like leftover Yahar'gul junk kind of floating in the air. It's like that's literally like, I haven't removed the map there. Like that's literally like in the sky, and they just don't make it activate. So daylight areas. We mentioned this a little bit before, but there is actually daylight. There's like a daylight lighting system, and it's only used in the ending where you do the Yharnam sunrise. Where is it? I think it's done in 2014. Oh, here's the Project Beast loading screen you mentioned before with Snuffles on it. Hang on. So I think in terms of wanting the game to be weirder, it sort of comes across to me like they just wanted it to be faster. So a lot of the stuff they cut is like just things that would have slowed the game down. Like, we'll come to it later, but there's a whole like I know which one it's in now, it's in the comparison. There's a whole like unused hang on, alpha comparison. I think it's that. There we go. Okay. There's a whole like escape sequence for Yosefka's clinic that's not used, where it was kind of like Dark Souls, where you like had to break out of the clinic and it ended with you doing a plunging attack onto a Scourge Beast. Whereas what you have now is the game just starts and you're in the clinic and you just walk out the front door. And like Old Yharnam, I'm pretty sure that used to be mandatory. It's not anymore. Nightmare Frontier used to be mandatory. All these places. And it just comes across as them being like, the game needs to go faster, so we'll we'll cut more stuff out, or we'll make it optional. Here we go. Here's the daylight. So this is Yharnam during the day. So this is fully functional. It exists. It can be activated if you hack the game. It just doesn't happen. It only happens in that Yharnam sunrise ending. But interestingly, if we go trailer and retail comparison, you can see that in the old trailers they're actually using that lighting system for Hemwick. This would have been like, you started the game in Hemwick during the day, and then the sun would set when you were in Yharnam, basically. So there's all this like, how much else there is? Actually, hang on, let's go back here. You can see that's a Lauren Cleric enemy from the Chalices, but you can see they haven't quite finished that part of the geometry yet, so there's just like textureless blocks. So the fog is way thicker as well, like that's the alley where Ariana is. This is just like older, but oh, that's interesting. That bell. We talked about that bell in the other Iceberg video. But basically, that bell is still in the game. It's actually there. It's just way smaller, and you can see it's like it's still used as an asset. But that looks like it is ground level to the point where you could actually ring it. So we never quite figured out what that did, but it looked like you could ring the bell at some point. So those daylight areas. God, this is getting out of control. Hang on. So we've got Izzy and Archibald dialogue. We'll put it. We already covered it. We'll just put it here. Basically, yeah. There's dialogue for Izzy and Archibald.
The gatekeeper, the one that just says password and then
Oh
dies.
yeah.
Too.
That's actually pretty low. That has to be accessed from a different table, so we'll stick it way down here, I reckon. Okay, so we'll put gatekeeper dialogue. Gatekeeper dialogue can go here. So the Bergenworth gatekeeper has... It's sort of like a Mikolash situation where he has quite a bit of dialogue, and then it ends with him dying and sort of going crazy and becoming like the password. And in the game now, it just like immediately defaults to him going the password. But earlier he's quite talkative. Let's go find it. He's quite a jolly sort. So you can see again, this is the code, the sort of like way that we do it is, if it's that sort of orangey, yellowy color, that's subtitles that aren't used. If it's white, it's subtitles with dialogue, and if it's purple, it's dialogue with no subtitles. So you can see there. It looks like, from the basis of the fact they subtitled it, his opening line would be, my first visitor in 2 decades. So that looks like that's the time frame they were probably going with at that point in development. They did want it to be 20 years since Lawrence came to Yharnam, which I think pretty much lines up with what we have now. But yeah, he's very talkative. He was like, I don't know how Hunter learned the password, but let me say this much. Down the embankment beyond the forest stands old Bergenworth, like all that stuff. And then you hear him, and then what happens is when... I assume this is when you beat Rom and the Red Moon happens, he starts going, the nightmare is upon us. Is this you're doing, great master? The password. Yeah. So that's when that happens, but you can see he had a ton of extra dialogue, and he has these unused ones where he's like, my first visitor in a year, my first visitor in a decade, my first visitor in half a century. So he has, like, they played with different time frames, but the one that they seem to have settled on is 2 decades before they cut it out entirely. So that'll go in there. Gatekeeper dialogue. Okay, hang on. We're getting to
the boss rush thing. Is that popular?
Okay, we'll put boss rush in. Sure. So boss rush is something that they mentioned in the guide, and it doesn't exist anymore, but basically they were planning on making boss rush chalice dungeons. They do still kind of exist, and you can kind of get them working, and they're exactly what they sound like. They're just, you go into the chalice dungeon, boss, boss, boss. So there's nothing really in between, it's just a boss rush. Yeah, they exist, Ted. They don't anymore. I have something that will blow our minds. Are you ready? Jira's pants are misaligned.
Oh, by 1 pixel, right? Is
yes.
That the one? Yes.
Jira's pants are misaligned. That's That's how you spell it. So, this is a very, very, very obscure fact that was only discovered, I will show you. This comes out of actually working on the wiki that we found this. So you can see here that what we've done is, I'll zoom in a little bit. On the wiki, we use the data mined icons from the game. Hang on, I'll just move it over. Come back. There we go. So we use the actual data mined icons from the game to make all these. So these were all made by me. I just got, like, here's the background, here's the icons from the game, overlay them and make every single item in the game. So when I was making this, I had to look at every single little icon on its own. And you'll notice that, like, this is something you'd notice if you saw these side by side with the ones in the actual game. So we're not using the same ones the menu uses. We're making our own with the same assets. And you'll notice that the Dura's pants icon, the Ashen Hunted trousers icon, there was this, like, blob over to one side, and I was showing it, and I made them all with, like, a script I wrote to just automatically cut them up and put them on the background. So Meph said it's gone wrong. Like, it's off slightly, there's, like, all these extra pixels, and I was like, that shouldn't happen. And I don't understand how that's happening, because a bunch of the other ones are fine. So it's not like it's off by a certain amount, it's like that icon is off. And then we realized, yeah, the icon was off. Dura's pants were misaligned. And this led us down a pretty massive rabbit hole, to be honest, about the hell was going on with Dura's pants. So it's... Oh, come back. Why is it doing this? There. So I will now show you what I mean by that. Because I'll just open. Actually, oh no, I don't. Fuck, it's not connected. Basically, what happened was, if you look at that, like, there's the male and female versions of the sets. Even if they look identical, they're separate objects. So, like, Dura's set on a male character and Dura's set on a female character are two wholly different sets that use the same graphics. And what we realized was, when they put down the icons for the female version of Dura's set, they weren't put down, like, in a proper grid. They were just, I think they were done by eye. They were just shoved on this, like, single texture sheet. And yeah, they were all off. And if you actually look at it in game, the icon for the Ashen Hunter trousers is off slightly, and there's all these other pixels sticking through the side. But only if it's the female version of the set. So that's the sort of shit that you learn helping run this place.
Okay, Sophie, it's getting pretty late here.
For casuals, yeah.
Sleep.
Okay.
Alright, well, this was fun. It was nice seeing everyone. It was nice talking to you, Sophie.
It was nice talking to you too.
Yeah. And I will see everybody when we're streaming more Egg Guy.
Mikola.
Egg Guy Victory. What?
Mikola.
No, yeah.
Maybe.
Anyway. Okay, well, everybody have a wonderful night, and yeah, don't forget to support Bloodborne-Wiki. Everybody works really hard on that.
They do.
Yay. And I'll see everybody later.
Okay, bye-bye. Okay, it's just us now. Let's get this fucker done. Right, so lecture hall is mirrored. So this is, again, I'm going to have to maybe find some images to help show this with. Let's go back here. God. Let's look at our trusty in development map. Okay, so, ooh, that goes in quite a way. Okay. So that there is the Bergenworth lecture hall. That's what floats in the nightmare. That's where you go when the amygdala grabs you. Now, eagle-eyed viewers may think to themselves, hang on, there's two weird things about this. The first is, there's a circle there, but there's not a circle on Bergenworth. Now, that is that area that's like this weird, seemingly pointless circular room with a whole lot of chairs in it, right? That Sin and I decided was where the Bergenworth students did speed dating. But if you look at it, you'll notice that there's this big circle there, and there's not a big circle on Willam's building. And that's because that's where the observatory dish used to go. The observatory dish, that's where the observatory telescope used to go. There used to be the dome with the telescope was on the lecture hall, and it was at the top of that cylindrical room. And it was presumably like a spiral staircase or something that went up to the dome. And then when they moved it to the nightmare and they still wanted the dome to be part of it, they moved the dome to the part where Willam is. We can actually show you if we go to the visual artwork. I showed this off a little bit before. Let's go all the way down here. Which one is it? This is the one I could never find. Is it that gate? College. I think it's college. No. Lecture building. See, that's where it is now, but hang on. Back gate. I can't find it again. Lecture hall. Back gate, Century Messenger. False. Which one is it? I think it's Tombstone of a Great One. Thank you. Okay. It's zooming. So you can see it here. Take a look at that. So you can see that the observatory dome is actually overlapping the roof from the front there. And that says to me, yeah, it was probably somewhere else and they've copy-pasted it to make this. And the place it probably was to start with was there, and they moved it there. So, that's part of it. The second part is you thinking to yourself, if you're me, isn't the lecture hall basically symmetrical? Because it's got a lecture theatre on either side. And I will just try to find it. I did an actual comparison here. I'm now like digging through old DM conversations with Lance. Hang on. If I can't find this in the next minute, I'm going to like oh, here we go. Okay. So that's the lecture hall from the top now, right? That's it in the game, but see, it's different. because it should really have that thing poking out either side. It doesn't have it poking out one side. So I'm fairly certain, if you actually look at the way that's lined up, it's again quite awkward. You don't notice it in the game really because it's like this nightmarish thing, but I'm fairly sure it just had those rooms along the bottom. And then they ended up like replacing them. I made a little mock-up of what I think it used to look like. Here we go. This is my mock-up from like 5 years ago. So there would have just been the one and then just rooms along that side rather than that. So what they've done is they've started with that design which matches that, and then they've just mirrored it to make that. So that's like a really, really in-depth one. Go back to things you can find in the concept art book. So let's just go structure above Upper Cathedral Ward. Okay. So for this one, we'll go, hang on. So we're now going to talk about this. I'll just move NPC Gilbert up here. Will the stream stay up? Yeah, it's going to stay up. It'll stay up. We may actually, I don't know how much interest people have in like actually having this image when we're done. Structure above Upper Cathedral Ward. So let's go back to the wiki. Wiki. I brought this up a little bit last time. Alright, so for reference, there's the Grand Cathedral. That's Upper Cathedral Ward. That's the bridge that goes across in front of the clock face. And then there's this. That's not there anymore. Like, that is literally not there anymore, and it's like it looks like an altar. We're in the real Yharnam's electric building. I can show you in a second, Ingrid. I'll show this puddle first. So, that's shaped like an altar. Like, there's the front, there's where, like, the curve at the end is, but it doesn't go anywhere. Like, that's not there anymore, and it's not the inside of that. Because that's got, like, a bunch of different things in it that you can't see from above. So that's always weirded us out. And then if you go to the official artworks and we look at, where's Upper Cathedral Wards? If you look, there's actually a structure. Like, that's not there anymore, but that is a castle. Like, there is a whole castle that is, you can see it has little parapets like the Nightmare of Mensis, probably unsurprisingly, that is up there. So there's some structure, and that is like, if you've watched our videos before, we have this hypothesis called the Land of the Dragon, which I will now show off. So hang on. Land of the Dragon. So Land of the Dragon is not like the official name. This actually, let's make this into a double. Let's get double Iceberg points for this one. Let's go. Shrink you down. Cainhurst was in Dark Souls 3. Now, let's go back to our wiki. So, this is something that set me off on quite the adventure. So, This is the official Canehurst artwork that is in the art book. If you pick up the Bloodborne official artworks book, that's what Canehurst looks like. This is an image in the portfolio of the artist who drew the Canehurst work. And it's Dark Souls 3. So, let's open this in another thing. Dark Souls 3. Yokus Wang is like, I think it's a pseudonym that the guy uses. But you can see, like, it has these lion images, which is like Lothric. I don't know if it was Lothric, but like the whole idea of like the big library with the Lion Kingdom is sort of here. So the banners are different. Like we'll actually open the Canehurst one to show you the difference. So like there's the Canehurst Lothric. Well, like it's not necessarily Lothric, but like Canehurst, different one. Most importantly, like Bloodborne Hunter, Knight. Bloodborne Hunter, Knight. So it's not like it's been accidentally mislabeled as Dark Souls 3. Like this actually has Dark Souls 3 stuff in it. Yeah, it does look like an early version of the Scholars Archives, you're right. And so this made us think like, wait a second. Is Canehurst, like was at some point, was that an earlier version of the Lothric Grand Archives? So we were looking into it. And then we discovered, like... Okay, though that's the Canehurst thing anyway. Yeah, Ingrid, it's the Dark Souls 1 concept night. But, like, this is not someone's fan work. This is literally the guy who does the artwork. So it's like they made this place, and then they just had, like, a Dark Souls version and a Bloodborne version ready to go, and they eventually went with Bloodborne. You can see, like, they are different. It's not just, like, someone shopped it or misfiled it. Like, they're meaningfully different images of the same place. So, that's Canehurst was in Dark Souls 3. This leads us back to this whole castle thing. So, here's an old map, an old collision map. And this is from like a really old build of the game. It's like super, super rough, but you can see. Okay, so I labeled this because of course I did. A is the Grand Cathedral. Behind the Grand Cathedral, there is a massive mountain, leads to a massive bridge, that leads to a big castle area, which, curiously, lines up with the fact that there is a big castle in the concept art. So basically, there's the Grand Cathedral. We've lost it now. Grand Cathedral, behind it, Mountain Range Castle. Grand Cathedral would be roughly like off to the sort of right-hand side of the screen. Right-hand side of the screen, there's a big castle in the mountains. So this led to this like, wait, what was going on here? And then we were kind of looking at like the Nightmare of Mensis as an area. And the thing about the Nightmare of Mensis is like, it doesn't look like the Nightmare Frontier aesthetically. Like, it doesn't have the same structure to it. It actually just looks like if we... Actually, let's grab it. Let's grab the Mensis concept art. Where's it gone? Here we go. So this is another, like... A lot of circumstantial evidence going on in this, but let's go anyway. So here's official Nightmare of Mensis art, and you can see, like, it's got trees. Like, the thing that makes Nightmare of Mensis kind of nightmarish is that they add all those skeleton rocks, but if it wasn't for the skeleton rocks, it could just pass as somewhere in Yharnam. Like, there's the mountains, there's the trees. Again, more trees. It seems to recede into the background a bit. Like, it just looks like this could just have been part of Yharnam. Compared to, say, the Nightmare Frontier. Which, if you look at the Nightmare Frontier, it's completely alien looking. So, all these little things are like flying around in our heads, like what's going on here? And then we discover, oh, you know, there used to be a castle behind the Grand Cathedral. So was the castle behind, was that the Nightmare of Mensis? Like, did Nightmare of Mensis actually start off as like somewhere behind the Grand Cathedral? And then they ported it to just being in the Nightmare later on, because you wouldn't really have to like... They basically just got it and shoved it in. Yeah, I think it's based on a real place in Lauren, but it's like the same. I mean, I don't know if we've really talked about it, but basically, like, the design of the Nightmare of Mensis, like, it really mirrors the design of the Grand Cathedral in a lot of ways. Down to having, like, if you imagine that's where the clock tower would be, it's where the giant brain is, which is where the giant brains are in the waking world. So there's like all of this, like, oh yeah, it kind of works out. My take on the Nightmare of Mensis now, as in like what it's supposed to be now, is I think this was Lauren's equivalent of the Grand Cathedral. But like this is a whole conversation about like they moved things around after they were made. But anyway, like that's always, it's a very, very Yharnam like place. And then we found out that the guy who drew the Cainhurst is in Dark Souls 3 stuff also has this artwork. And I'm not saying it's like a smoking gun or anything, because like you can draw Gothic castles all you want. And he could have just been told, draw some Gothic castles. It doesn't mean they were supposed to be for Bloodborne or Dark Souls 3 or anything, but he's got this artwork of a castle in the mountains that kind of resembles the structure there. Right, so then we're talking to Lan. Oh, and there's also the same guy has this artwork here. It's just called Dragon Guardian. And that looks a lot like that removed Cainhurst character. Notably, that character is now in Elden Ring. It's the basis of the Dragon Knights you find in Lothric. But anyway. So that we had that figured out. And then we were like... I was talking to Lance. And Lance was like... Hey, you know that elevator cathedral thing you're always talking about, where you're obsessed with the fact that the Grand Cathedral altar was an elevator? I found the collision map. So that's the altar now. Like, that's where Lawrence's skull is now. And you can see it goes up. And at the top of it, there's another set of stairs leading to what amounts to, like, a second altar. So it's like you would beat, whenever, Abriatus, whatever was in there at that point, and it'd go upward, and then you'd be able to pop out the back of the cathedral. And then I'm like, can we look at that cathedral object, like the old one? And it's got a hole in the back. It's got a little thing that pops out that would let you leave. So everything just started coalescing into like, yeah, there was this castle in the mountains behind Yharnam. And it probably got recycled into the Nightmare of Mensis. And the reason we bring up Cainhurst is like that castle in the mountains, that might have been the original concept for like the vampire castle. Like the idea if there would be an old castle in Yharnam full of vampires. It got moved, it became Mensis, and then this Lothric Grand Archives old draft became Cainhurst. Something like that. Anyway. Oh, make a Waking World Yharnam, that would be great. Okay, so I think it was Ingrid was asking where the map research, the lecture hall actually is. I can show you exactly where it is. So if we go to on the map, I can show you exactly where it is. So Bergen West down here a bit. It is Bergen's actually quite low on the list. Here we go. So that's where we are. So that's Bergenworth, that's where Willam is. And then the lecture hall is literally off to the side, and you can see it's got no outside to it. Like, it's basically a skeleton. So you can't ever see it. So you're there, if you imagine you're facing where Rom is and you turn right, you would be looking at the lecture hall, but the lecture hall is there. It's invisible. And it used to be over there, and if you look, you can actually see they left the enemies there. There. They left those, that's wrong, sorry. They left the enemies and the items, like there's the chests and everything, from the lecture hall where they were originally, and they moved the geometry of the hall over to there, and they just made it invisible. So that's how that works. And there's a very, very... God, this is getting so pathetic, sorry. Let's go 1.00. There's a little trick you can do. Because they're on the same map. As Bergen and that are on the same map. The way blood dregs used to work is different. And basically, the way blood dregs used to work is the blood dregs would spawn on the map automatically in your inventory if you killed someone, even if you didn't have... if you killed someone without corruption equipped, you went back with corruption, you would get the blood dregs. It's like if you had corruption, you spawned into a map, you'd suddenly get... blood dregs would just appear in your inventory. Which means that if you kill... In this version, Willam will drop a blood dreg. So if you kill Willam, and then you warp to the Nightmare lecture hall, you will get Willam's blood dreg because they're on the same map. And very weird shit happens. That's Dura's disciple and the 3 Yahagul hunters. If you kill them all without corruption equipped on 1.0, equip corruption and warp to Yahagul, you'll just spontaneously get 5 blood dregs. Yeah, part of my wiki work was actually keeping my version of Bloodborne on 1.0 for, I think it was 8 or 9 months, and just playing through it over and over and over again to just note every single difference. Oh, hang on, here's what we can do. Okay. Let's call this one. Some space up here. Large ashen beast without cowl. So this is a 1.00 thing. Let's move it over here so I don't get confused. So that might not look odd to you, but that is, you know how when you encounter the beast patients, there's always a lot of little ones and then a giant one. And the giant one's always got a hood. But if you go into 1.00 and you go into the first Lauren chalice, there is indeed a giant beast patient without a hood, and that's the only way to see it. Can we answer the concept art? Yeah, okay, so Ingrid was asking, so if you're interested in cut content like Ingrid is, all of this is just on Bloodborne Wiki. That's actually what I have open in the other window to find all this stuff. So that has, all of the cut concept art, it's got all of, the data mining, it's, that's essentially what I've been relying on for this whole thing. Everything I've been showing off, it's all just been, I've just been searching Bloodborne Wiki and grabbing it. So the articles about the castle behind Yharnam, that is an article on the wiki. Things about being able to block with Ludwig's Holy Blade, that is in the wiki. If you're into PvP, there's guides about how to do PvP. There's all this stuff. Oh, 1.0. Okay, so I'll just show Ingrid this. Yeah, the 1.0 stuff, it's pretty well, it's kind of broken. So there's a bunch of weird examples, sometimes your blood dregs will spawn in the air, and if that happens you can't ever get them because you can stand on them, but it's based on your y coordinate, which isn't going to be the same as the blood dregs, the blood echoes, so you just can never get them, so you can just lose them permanently. A bunch of enemies go weird and get stuck indoors. There's some other it feels like it's about to crash a lot of the time. You can see here the slime scholars in the lecture hall, they barely take any damage to kill. They'll die in one hit to pretty much anything. And I think that's because they were maybe scaled to you found them after Forbidden Woods instead. I don't know. Because that's post Mensis, because you're on the top floor. and it's like they didn't think about them being post-menses. So they just die to pretty much anything. Bloodlickers leave corpses. Oh yeah. I've actually got a character backed up who's done the skip, the coffin skip. So that's how I did a stream last year's Return to Yharnam stream was all about fucking with the time zone. So if you actually look at our old live streams, there is a whole thing of me using the coffin skip to change the time and do all this weird stuff. But yeah, Bloodlickers leave corpses in this version. They just freeze in place. Right now they explode. There are like the Canehurst ghosts will sometimes spawn inside the steps and just not be able to move. This is totally broken. So what will actually happen is if you beat the Shadows of Yharnam in 1.0, you don't get anything. You usually get Blood Rapture. But the problem is the game considers you to have gotten Blood Rapture even though you didn't. So if you then patch the game or go into New Game Plus or something, you still can't get Blood Rapture. So that character will never ever get that version of Blood Rapture no matter what you do, which kind of sucks. There's an interesting glitch where you sometimes get wolves summoned by the Celestial Emissary. You've got just some weird differences like the Lauren Dark Beast is called Dark Beast Parl, and the Abhorrent Beast is called Lauren Dark Beast. Murgo's Wet Nurse has slightly different effects. Amygdala's not aligned with the floor properly, so it sort of does its slam attack in midair, sometimes falls through the floor. You can visceral the bloodletting beast after its head's come off. It treats the head like it's still there, it just makes it invisible. And there's a bunch of little tiny differences, like the gates have different messages. Instead of does not open, they'll just say shut fast. There is this is an interesting one. The maps load really slowly, so that's just outside Erden Chapel, when you're running back into Cathedral Ward through the shortcut. That basically the buildings aren't loading in as you're running. If you just go too quickly, it can't keep up. So you start seeing through the maps. This was a cool one. They moved the statues around Canehurst, but they forgot to move the actual clipping plane with them. So there's invisible statues in the Canehurst courtyard that you can stand on. There's what's that one supposed to be? Yeah, that just lists. Yeah, there's architecture. So there's holes in the architecture. What else? This is the sort of stuff that we do on the wiki. It's just hello Ingrid. There's just lots of weird stuff. Oh, this is okay. I'll put this on while I go feed Ingrid briefly. Let's just watch. Hang on. I want us to watch Mikolash fall over repeatedly. Let's mute myself while I feed Ingrid. I'll be back in a second. Okay, I'm back. I just realized how confusing that must have been because there's someone in the chat called Ingrid and my cat is also called Ingrid. Yeah, the blood drag stuff that I was showing off, for instance, if you kill Willam, you'll get a blood drag. If you kill the people in Erden Chapel, you get blood drags. It's all over the place. The Bloody Crow doesn't spawn. He just sort of, He spawns in the map, you hear a scream, you get blood echoes, and then it's just that. So I don't know what happens to him. I think he might, spawn, out of the map and die or something. I don't know. It doesn't stop you warping to the Grand Cathedral when Eileen's hostile, so you can actually just warp right in behind her while she's standing there. Yeah. And yeah, the blood gem effects just work differently. Like, I won't go into it, but basically the blood gems, you can, like healing effect blood gems heal you a ton. Poison effect blood gems don't do as much damage. So the blood gems are actually stronger in a lot of ways, and they sort of nerfed them a bit to the point where the healing ones aren't very useful. Oh, that's something I should add. My child. I'm going to put this on. Okay, so hang on. Dense blood gems. So dense blood gems. Absolutely and completely useless. And the way that you get them is you go on 1.0 and you go all the way down to Thumaru Ihil, which is the lowest dungeon, and you farm the Lost Children of Antiquity, the weird bat things. Farm those, and they have a minuscule chance of dropping a dense blood gem, which is a type you cannot get otherwise. And all it does is give you a durability increase. It doesn't really give you anything of value. The durability increase is negligible anyway, and they're totally goddamn useless. But if you get a dense blood gem on 1.00 and you patch the game, it will stay there. So you can run around in a patched version of the game with a blood gem. It is now impossible to get. What else is on here? Okay, the one thing I have left, and I think we should end it after that, so we've been going for 5 hours, is... almost no one knows this exists. Handwriting inside Amelia's pendant. Okay, so the handwriting inside of Amelia's pendant. This is going to take... why did they make it impossible to get? No, the blood gems are just like... there's just an algorithm that creates them, and it's glitchy. That's all it is. So I'm just going to have to go... this is an image that's like... it's in a server I'm going to have to go to and retrieve it from that. So I'll just leave our Bloodborne Wiki image up while I do that. So all of the information that we've done today is from Bloodborne-Wiki, which does not run ads. And what we try to do every return to Yharnam is to just raise money to keep the thing going. All that information we've been going through is from there. Everything you've seen is going to be something you find in Bloodborne Wiki. We've actually just been looking at Bloodborne Wiki this whole time, and I am still trying to find... here we go. Alright. I found a close-up of the writing. The problem is I've traced over it to try to write something else. Where is it? Here we go. So this is Amelia's pendant texture. This was found by a friend of ours called Hong Van Nung. And she was going through the files and she's like, wait, what? What's that? So Amelia's pendant actually has handwriting inside it. Like you can see, this is what she was doing, because one of the things Hong does is she recreates the textures from the games as vector graphics in Illustrator, so she can upscale them. And she's like, have anyone noticed this before? And it's like, fuck, we haven't. So there is something written in Amelia's pendant, and we don't know what it says. The best we could do with it is if you mirrored it, it kind of looked like it said she dreams. But that's so, like, we have no idea. Like, it could almost be he drowned. It could be high drumpf. I don't know. But, like, there's something written in Amelia's pendant. There it is. Actually, Hong's flipped it. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's like, what is it? Yeah, hi, dude. It could be anything. So, that's probably the most obscure part of, like, Bloodborne, so I think that's a good place to end on. Ben drowned. Oh my god, it's true. So, thanks everyone for coming. That was the 99 Inside Iceberg. I'm just going to save it. I'll export this. So I'll post this on the server later. We've been here for over 5 hours. But I'm quite happy with how this worked out. So, there you go. I hope you learned something. If you enjoyed it, again, final time, I'm doing this because, like, frankly, we need to keep the thing running. So, if you enjoyed that, please consider just going to coffee.com/Mephistopheia. It's not a Patreon or anything. If you just want to give her $5 one time or $10 one time, that's totally fine. But just, like, consider kicking her a little bit of money to just basically keep that thing running, because you can see from everything we were looking at that, like, there are so many images, audio files, videos, it's all hosted on there, and that does cost money. So yeah, just please consider kicking Meth something to keep the place going. Thanks everyone for showing up. I hope you had fun, and I will see you all some other time. So good night everybody, and have a happy Easter.